Hello and welcome back to DreamHack Dallas. We've seen 2 days, 256 players competing, and we are down to our final 16. Joining me today is Casey, Mike LaBelle, and Brandon. Brandon, we've got a very, very good day ahead, haven't we?
We do. I mean, this is the big one now, isn't it? From the 256 players that came here, 2 spots on the line for Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for that $1 million prize pool later on this year.
That $1 million prize pool, indeed. Let's explain everything to do with the E-World Cup in Riyadh.
Yes, so we are talking about making our way over to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Only 2 players from this tournament today will be making it out of Dallas, but massive, life-changing prize money on the line, $60 million across 19 games. But again, only 2 people will be making it out of this competition today.
Yeah, some of our players have already been competing, Mike. We've seen a lot of things already off the broadcast. It's going to be a really, really good day, isn't it?
We've teased it. We've talked about it. We've seen things unfold. We started with 256. We're pushing for a couple. There's been eliminations that I can't believe. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but some things have happened. And we lost the monitor as well. Completely broken.
We did lose the monitor, and we'll come to that in a minute. But first, let's head to the explainer. Yes, and there you have it. But of course, it's not just the players who are competing here at DreamHack, it's the clubs as well.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in. The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs, across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
The best esports club in the world will be crowned this summer as well. Speaking of this summer, I think we should take a look and see at the players who have already made it to Riyadh.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, look, 4 players have been invited already before we kicked off here in DreamHack Dallas. PH Jin and Nathan SR taking those South American spots. Obviously, Webb Nasri, the Asian spot. Mark 11 from Oceania, who did compete here in DreamHack Dallas. Unfortunately, didn't make it through to the knockout stages. This has just been a practice tournament from him. As we sort of go down the list, FG, this is where things start to shape up. 2 here from this weekend in Dallas. Under 2 weeks' time, 6 players get a spot in Sweden, and then there's many more ways that you can get in. But only 16 players can compete in Riyadh later on this year.
Yeah, the final 16 in Riyadh. 2 spots available, as we said. And Mike, we touched on it earlier. We've had some eliminations already today. Some that'll probably shock some of the viewers.
And let's just recap the format of how we got here. So we said we started with 256. You see these different groups of 64 players. That's how Friday got underway. We had a morning and an afternoon session. That went into the evening. And you were getting the top 4 from each of those groups. So we've got 8 from Friday, we got 8 from Saturday. It started Sunday with 16 players, and as you built it up a little bit, we've seen some games happening. We've got some results for you, and you're going to see exactly who's in and who's out, and some of the names and some of the faces, some of your favorites, they won't be here.
Yeah, they will not be here, but some of the matches we've got are absolutely incredible, Casey. As we look at the format player, how the 16 players are going to compete. At the end of today, 2 players will be on the flight to Riyadh.
Yes, 2 players is correct, but they do have an extra opportunity today because it is double elimination, and so they are flying through that upper bracket. We have 2 players currently sitting pretty at the top, but in that lower bracket, they're fighting it out for their last chance to possibly lock in one of those 2 spots to lock in their place for the Esports World Cup. But like we mentioned, we've already said goodbye to a few massive players.
Yeah, I can reveal to you all that Anders Vergang has already been eliminated before the broadcast has started, Mike.
I was just waiting for you to let us know what's happening. Who beat him? I know who beat him. Should we show them who beat him? I was surprised. We had a little back-to-back, and the guy that's kind of been making a push here on that lower bracket, we've seen Sebaluoni, who also took down Anders. Yesterday, if you remember, he also beat Tex to get into the top 16. So he's kind of on a little bit of a legend spree here, if you will. But let's take a look at the entire bracket, take it to the top of the bracket. Who's been winning, who's been performing. You got Manu Bashor, which is not a shocker there, right? Getting results, beating Nicholas, huge. Umit making moves, losing to Manu Bashor, of course, and he's pushing forward. And then on the bottom end, kind of the same thing with his teammate. You see Yilmaz also pushing through. Those are the 2 undefeated. And then these are the guys that have already gone home or they're still in the competition. Remember, once you've dropped down to the lower bracket, you've lost once. If you lose again, it's a wrap.
Absolutely. I mean, look, there's some big shocks in there, as you were saying. Some great matchups as well. As you said, our first game coming to you live will be that Bonanno-Nicholas fixture, I believe. Bryce against Sebaluoni. That's a rematch of an E-Champions League final between Bonanno and Nicholas. That's a rematch from a few days ago, FG, at the E-Champions League between Team Ullet, Emre Yilmaz and Manu Bashore. One of those 2 we can confirm will be going to Riyadh, of course, to the Esports World Cup. It could be the defending world champion, Manu Bashore.
Yeah, he's been absolutely brilliant. I mean, he'll be hoping for a different result, of course, from the E-Champions League, which was the game got away from him a little bit there, didn't it, Casey?
It did indeed. And I would like to just touch on the fact that the Cinderella run of Adidas FIFA is unfortunately over. We mentioned it over the last couple of days. He did miss his high school graduation to be here. But again, he should be very proud of himself. He did beat Team Hulitz Christobor in the lower round, but he got just taken out by Bryce in the lower bracket. But amazing run from him, Mike.
And we talk about it, at least at the top of the show. We see all these competitors, people making upsets, people making runs. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, these are the names you kind of expect to see there. These are all guys that are recognizable. They've got champion pedigree. They have history. They've already proven themselves. And this is where experience does come into play. It's been proven. Even with this format, which is ruthless, double elimination, 256 competitors, when you're getting into the final guys, they're household names.
Household names indeed, and I guess that's what separates the best from the rest. 256 players arrived this weekend, and here we are. The players are in touching distance now, Brandon, from actually seeing. They can see Riyadh, but there is a lot of games still to play.
I mean, for these players as well, they've been through ridiculous lots of brackets, because when you get to the top 16, it then resets. You then restart a different double elimination bracket, where in that one, if you lose 2 games, you will be eliminated there. So players like, for example, Umir or even Nicholas and Matthias Bonanno, who are in the lower bracket, yes, they're still in the competition, but there's still a big run to make. And even if they get to that grand final, they have to do a bracket reset again to get an Esports World Cup ticket. But I think Sebaluoni, what a 24 hours he's had. Beat Tex yesterday in our last game of the day, knocked him out, has taken down Anders Vergang, and believe it or not, he didn't really celebrate too much after that game when he won 7-4. He's having a great run.
Yeah, he's having a sensational run. Probably one of the breakthroughs of the weekend. One that we probably didn't expect to see here. You always expect Anders to be there, Mike, but he's not there, and he's not there because a man is there who's there on merit.
And I was going to say, if there's one counter argument, I told you there's a bunch of household names. Sebaluoni's been in the scene for quite some time, but the people that he's had to go through to get here, and then even going up against Bryce as well, who we talked about peaking at the right time. We talked about him playing with all of his French comrades and how that went down and the results and what he just won recently, and putting him kind of in a good position here confidence-wise. But that's the matchup really between 2 players that maybe have the most to gain or the most to prove, and kind of guarantee themselves some progression for next year if they're able to keep this form.
He's the only one, you're right to say, Mike, as well, from that French community that had a decent run in this competition as well. He takes on Sebaluoni there. These are our 2 featured matchups, which will be coming up in a bit of time. We are waiting, I believe, for Bryce to come back into the arena and take his seat. I don't know where he is, but Bernardo and Nicholas are slowly but surely, FG, loading into that one.
Yeah, and to be honest, I can't wait for that one. What a fixture that will be. Two heavyweights of esports. I mean, Bernardo representing Man City Esports, we spoke about it earlier on. Tex unfortunately didn't make it because from the other game, Sebeluani took his place, Casey.
He did, and it's an interesting fact because they're both in the lower bracket at this point, and so loser does go home for either Matias Bonanno or Nicholas. And so the fact that these top tier players could be going home at this point, but we have to remember only 2 people will be going through to the Esports World Cup in Saudi Arabia, so we're going to lose even better players throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, and it just goes to show, again, the importance, Brandon, of the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, how big of a tournament it is. That last 16, that lineup is the best of the best.
I'll be honest, I was surprised when they announced that there wasn't going to be 32 players there, because it is so hard to get one of those spots, let alone 32. 16 of them. As you said, 4 players get invited, all the others having to fight their way there to get into that competition. So, yeah, you are really looking at the best of the best to get through. And that bracket we've had today has been ridiculously stacked from our top 16. We said there'd be a few surprises in there. I guess you could say that the lesser names have crashed out the tournament and that experience has come on through. But there's still a few surprises that could still happen for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's take a look at the prize pool, shall we? Let's look at what the players are playing for in terms of money. I mean, they're here for the 2 spots. We've already established that. $25,000 for first place, $15,000 for second place. But both places, Mike, guarantee a spot at Riyadh.
And that's what most people are going to be after. They want to be in the Esports World Cup. It also guarantees you another prize pool. You're going to add some extra helpings. But what I love about this is once you got to the final 16, you were almost playing for an opportunity, in some of these cases, to nearly double your winnings every single round that you went further. It just reminds me of some of the early iterations of the competitive scene where it was a little more grassroots, and every time you beat somebody, you got to another round. Not only did you have bragging rights, but your pockets were looking a little healthier.
Yeah, and speaking of pockets, Brandon, a lot of the players actually came here who weren't part of esports organisations, had to spend their own money to be here.
Yeah, and on that as well, FG, there was players that tournaments ended after about an hour or an hour and a half, and you spent a lot of money to get here. Of course, some have made it more into a weekend for themselves, but nevertheless, it could be very expensive if it doesn't go well.
Yeah, let's get on with it then, shall we? Matti Bonanno against Nicholas.
I mean, what a start, Mike, to our playoffs day here in DreamHack Dallas. 256 players came into the competition. 16 were here this morning playing games before we kicked off, and then we're walking into our first game of broadcast, and this is what we've got.
I mean, we've seen this as a finale. I was just going to say, this could be a final, but it has been a final before. We're familiar with both these players. 2 of the best in the world, 2 of the best from South America, 2 of the best from Argentina. How specific you want to make it happen. They both moved to Europe. They've showed up and showed out almost in different eras. Nicholas coming before Matias Bonanno, and then Bonanno kind of coming through that online era. We had the question marks of, can he play at a LAN? That was certifiable. He was ready a couple years back, and then he's been on fire since.
Well, we were having a conversation, weren't we, Mike, before we kicked off the broadcast today of, who is the GOAT in this seed, and Nicholas.
He's in that.
7 World Championships in a row that he's made. Yes, he hasn't won one of them. He's an E-Champions League winner. He's been a 2v2 club champion before. He just sort of needs that. He needs that world title, I feel.
He's one away from the clearest conversation or claim to the best ever. I think he could even make it now just based on, because he's not a nearly, but he's also not a nearly man. We're not talking about a guy that's getting second or top 4 or top 8. He's just qualifying to events. He's won a lot of titles. I'm with you, though. I'd agree, like, if you could just get maybe an Esports World Cup, if you can make that happen. Or maybe a finale when you're talking about FC Pro this year. Something just to add another notch on the belt. Or maybe some more silverware in the cabinet.
Well, you think about it as well, Mike. That World Cup, he lost on penalties, didn't he? All that time ago, which was so... you're flipping a coin. Here's a chance for Matias Bonanno. Somehow defended by Nicholas, or is it? No! Mbappe somehow got back up from being tackled. And just about slide it in. That'll be the first goal of many in this one. Matias Bonanno leads Nicholas by 1-0 in our lower bracket. These are elimination games here at DreamHack Dallas.
Nicholas might not be happy about that, but plenty of time to work with both parties. And to your point, that selfishly, with him losing in penalties, I think it kept Nicholas' career going. I think if he wins there, he retires. I think we're done seeing Nicholas. There were some conversations, there were some rumors, at least behind the scenes, but I think that would have been the send-off.
Absolutely. You've done it all at that point. And there's nowhere else to really push further. As we said, this is our playoffs here today at the Esports World Cup. Just to give you the bit of the lowdown on the bracket runs that both of these two have had. Nicholas kicked off his day with a 3-2 win against Chris de Boer of Team Hullet. Then he played another Team Hullet player, Manny Bashore, who knocked him down into the loser bracket from a 4-3 defeat. Nicholas then played against Dennis, the German, who with a 4-0 win put him into this scenario here for Bonanno. He lost to Umit in the upper bracket and then won 6-0 against Ajax's Max to be in this E-Champions League final rematch, you can call it, when they played in Stockholm a few years ago. And if you remember rightly, Matthias Bonanno actually forced a bracket reset in that, and then Nicholas came through and upped his game to pick up that ECL trophy. And we are waiting as well for Bryce against Sebelioni to kick off as well.
And if you're just tuning in, you haven't watched what happened on Friday, what went down on Saturday, I'll tell you right now, the main man offensively is going to be Holland. Anything in the air, you're going to try to isolate him, put him on the island, let him go up there and challenge. He's got that aerial play style plus. The usage rate is crazy, what you can do with him from corner kicks, from set pieces. Again, just even as a back post option. Let him climb the ladder, knock it down, go direct, go indirect. You've got real options. Just a dynamic player.
Vitinha, step over to nice from Nicholas. Wins a corner.
For Nicholas, he's going to be aiming at Olivier Giroud. More or less his version of Holland on the virtual pitch.
It's interesting, that one, isn't it? No Haaland for him. Decides that he prefers a French striker instead of Olivier Giroud. Chance to break for Matthias Bonanno. There could be a back post option available. Oh no! It's an own goal! And Bonanno finds himself 2-0 up in 21 minutes on the clock.
And that's hard done. Nicholas won't like that. Really, the opening goal wasn't bad defending. It kind of got a friendly bounce. Mbappe recovered. You tapped it home. Now you put it across, square it from Bonanno. Slide tackle. That it needs to happen, to be fair. If it doesn't happen, it's going to be a tap in. But either way, it's not a common animation. We don't see own goals like that in FC. We've both commentated and consumed so much of this content. It's just not a regular animation where you have that own goal. If anything, you would argue in real football, you see this much more frequently.
I've just seen Emre Yilmaz in the Twitch chat asking for the bracket. He's in here somewhere. Maybe he doesn't know what's going on. He's one game away.
It's
from,
him.
Qualifying for Riyadh.
He knows where he's at. It's pretty simple here. It's you versus Manu Bashore. You win, you're going through. You lose, you drop down. One game away.
I'm sure he just wants to have a little look at what on earth is going on down in the lower bracket. We want to know as well. Of course, the winner of this game will be rewarded with a game against Gabaros, who has had an unbelievable day, by the way. Ball round the corner. Defended well there by Nicholas. Game C is live as well. We'll give you a quick update there. This is Bryce against Sebelioni. Player of Tuzzi Esports against FC Clermont's Bryce, who won the French League Cup not that long ago, just a week or so ago. He's certainly been in form at the right time. We'll jump back to our feature game, Game D. We'll keep up to date with both of them.
And for Bryce
and unfold.
And Bryce and Sebelioni, if one of them is able to get an Esports World Cup spot, we're talking life-changing. From partnership perspective to team signing to sponsors, brands, longevity, having that on your resume. And then the opportunity, of course, to take home plenty of extra money to fill the pocketbooks. A little extra fuel for the fire.
Well, on top of that as well, of course, we've got $100,000 on the line here for this weekend. But if you qualify for the Esports World Cup, oh no, What has happened over here? It's a horrible touch from Rudiger. And it's Bryce that's made the most of that one on the counter-attack.
Cebuloni won't be happy with that at all. Especially with how poised he's been over the course of the weekend. Not making any major mistakes.
Bonanno stopped at the back post. That could have been 3-0.
You see Giroud on the ball. The reason that Nicholas has chosen to go with Olivier Giroud instead of having the likes of Haaland, Giroud's a little bit better with some of the footwork, but he's not as good in the air. He can still do the aerial pursuit.
Nicholas with Giroud, stopped out, he goes for a corner.
Early goalkeeper movement, panned out well from Matthias Bonanno.
Corner comes in. Nicholas so good in these areas. There you go. It might not be Haaland, but it's someone else that's got an aerial plus.
And by all means, Giroud's not lacking in the air. I'm just saying the trade-off, Haaland maybe a little clunkier with some of the turns, Giroud a little bit better with some of the skills. And then with the aerial pursuit, I would still take Haaland. Climbs a little bit higher, maybe a little more physical, a little broader, maybe another inch taller. But either way, Giroud can do the job.
I think it's one of those as well, Mike. You're looking across the board. You're like, who's everyone using as their aerial plus player? Haaland, 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 Haaland. You don't always want to go against the grain. But if you back the player to do it.
You're going to see a big body on the pitch. You need the likes of a Haaland or a Giroud, maybe a Sorloff. You're going to see him often as a super sub. I don't think you'll see Didier Drogba. We have seen him in action and utilized in that type of role throughout some of the competitions.
Bonanno looking to get that 2-goal cushion back straight away. Player lock was an idea there for Arno. Well, in our other game, equaliser, Cebuloni back all square, 13 minutes into this, and it came from this area here. Mbappe lofted it, and we spoke about big players. Oh, it's the flick down that makes all the difference there.
The extra pass. If he goes direct, I'm not sure you're beating the goalkeeper. We've seen some miraculous saves over the course of the weekend.
Back to this one, Nicholas. Trying to find a 2-2 Bellingham. Back to Hullet. Big block there from Rudiger.
I think Nicholas read that proper. Goalkeeper was moving, but Nicholas took a second, crossed the body. I think it was open. It was Time Green. Needed that block from the center back.
Haaland. Ball roll was nice. Saliba as well that starts in this game for Nicholas.
Got a different grouping. We've talked about it, but whoever you've spent the most time, the most minutes, even Araujo as a right back has not been common amongst player selections and player choices, but it's clearly worked for Nicholas. He's in this position now.
We have to remember for Nicholas as well, obviously he made a big call this year. Well, he had to of how the FC Pro landscape goes. He's never played in a league. He's never needed to play in a FC Pro league, so to speak. He played in the Liga FC Pro this year. He's always sort of dominated the Champions League and leagues like that. He's never needed his way in the ecosystem to get his spots that way. But he turned up in Spain from Argentina and he absolutely cleaned up. He won the Cup and he won the league in the space of a few months. And off the back of that, qualified for the FC Pro World Championships. He did qualify for the Champions League, but I don't know what went wrong there by his own standards. He didn't make it out of the group stages. Mbappe. Giroud, nice step over exit. The acceleration boost is there. Still Giroud. It's a bad angle, but it won't matter. Remember that Nicholas did score from a corner. From this side of the pitch as well. Is he going to make it 2 from 2? Not on this occasion. Well played by Bonanno. That will take us into half-time. He leads by 2-1 there. Update, goal here too. Bryce, 2-1 up. And it came from this scenario here. Oh no, reverse elastico. Still somehow pulled it off with no real room to maneuver in, Mike.
It's that favorable animation as well. You just need to split the defense. Moment of hesitation. Gets through their R9. And then you've got, I don't want to call it a toe poke, but it is a little bit for the finish. And again, true strikers, especially in this game, sometimes have some different animations that help you with the finishing percentages. A beautiful goal from Bryce.
Well, it's in a pause at the moment. Bonanno against Nicholas. We'll stay with this one for a split second in the meantime. Remember, this is Elimination FC. Winner of this game will play against Umut in the next round of the lower bracket. And that would mean that by that point there would only be 6 players left in the competition.
And with Seba Luani in particular, if you see multiple indicators and a lot of movements, he's using the player lock, but even in an advanced inclusion or maneuverability compared to even the pros. You might see double player locks, and it allows you to manually put players into different positions. And if you do it while passes are happening simultaneously, you can gain some competitive advantages. And at home, you don't have this in your locker. And to be fair, a lot of pros don't have it in their locker either, to do it in the way that he's been able to maximize. I'm not sure if I would call it a foundation or even a skill move, but an added intangible into the gameplay. He's done it in a very creative way throughout the entirety of the weekend, and it's led to plenty of success.
As we said, in case you missed it on the opening of the show, he knocked out Tex yesterday, did Seba Leoni. Knocked out Anders Vergang as well to be in this matchup now. And to back that up as well, this is a player that, you know, has only been able to play in South America this year. Played in the Conmebol Libertadores, got himself a top 8 there. But aside from that, we just haven't been able to see him because he didn't perform well at the FC Pro sort of open qualifier. I'll tell you what, that is terrible from the goalkeeper who nearly gives it back.
He also took out Dolan Mike. And there's rumors. I mean, I saw the monitor. Dolan Mike took out the monitor as Seba Luani, I believe it was an extra time victory.
Yeah, 115th minute winner it was. Lots of people asking for certain players as well in the chat. Yeah, they're not in the competition still. If you click the exclamation mark bracket in the chat, you can see who is left here. There's been lots of shocks and upsets, as we said. Some players didn't even make it onto the broadcast and fell in the group stage hurdle. Big chance here for Erling Haaland. 3-1 Bryce.
Clever hesitation there. Waits to see if the goalkeeper's going to scoot. He does. Good composure.
And this has just got worse as well for Nicholas. On the volley. No need for Erling Haaland on that occasion. And Mbappe scores. Bernardo leads 3-1 here.
Not the position you want to be in, but I will say this, just playing devil's advocate, there's plenty of time to work with. Remember, we have 9-minute halves, and those extra minutes matter. We've seen a lot of comebacks, and we've seen big deficits made up time and time again over the course of the weekend.
Pull it, Giroud. No way through that time. Chance to break it, Bernardo again. So much space he's been able to find. Luka Modric, of all players in this team, and playing a big part. Following this one as well, we will be seeing Manu Bishore against Emre Yilmaz. That game there determining who will be our first player on the plane to Riyadh from this DreamHack Dallas qualifier. And making it 5 out of 16 players locked in to the Esports World Cup. Pull it. Mbappe. Chance for Nicholas again. Petr Cech. Ruined to the spot, but does enough.
That's been the Achilles heel. He's getting into the right positions, but he's not beating that goalkeeper movement. Clever usage of the player lock again. Ruud Gullit takes space.
Quick corner. Giroud! It seems to be the only way that he can score at the moment.
Maybe Nicholas just goes for corners at this point. Both goals, both with Giroud adding a nice little brace into the equation. I'd be surprised if he gets subbed out. Matias can't be happy with those set pieces either. Struggling to defend against them. And throughout the entirety of the career path of Nicholas, set pieces have always been a separator for him.
But it's weird, isn't it?
I think back to the E-Champions League.
Because we spoke then about how important set pieces were. They are so important now in this current meta. If you haven't locked down corners, you are not winning as many games as you'd like to, for sure.
And again, it's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors. There's some portion of the corner kicks when you're whipping it in, and also on the defensive end, where you're almost playing a bit of a guessing game on what you think your opposition is going to aim for. Not the player necessarily, but what do you want to take away? What do you want to take away, and what are you going to leave open?
Well, let's jump across as well for a quick half-time. As we go into that one, 3-1 Bryce leads there. Let's jump back, actually. My apologies. As we jump into half-time, sorry.
Where are you taking us,
We're missing the goal. I thought we got into half-time, Mike. 4-1, Bryce leads. Is this the end of the fairy tale story for Sebelioni? Potentially is the end of the road for him. I mean, look, there is still 9 minutes left. There's still a long time left to be played. But Bryce, French Cup winner on the 25th of May last week. Look at him go in this tournament.
And you touched on it, but Bryce is the only Frenchman that really made a move over the course of the weekend. And another nation that we're used to having at least a couple players in action, seriously in action, and it didn't really happen, is England. There's no one that really made the push into the top 16 and got a result. We did see Redlac, but that was it, and he went down early, all things considered. But no Tex, no Stokes, no Ethan. They were in action.
All came so close in there. We saw them yesterday.
All one game off.
Well, for Redlac, to be fair, he gave us a good showing earlier today. He played against Anders Vergang in his first round of 16 game. He was actually 2-0 up early in that game. 48 minutes on the clock, I believe. Gave away a tackle that then gave him a red card. Chance for Bonanno. He scuffed it, but it's gone in. Luka Modric. We mentioned there's a couple of interesting players in all of these teams. For Bonanno, Modric has played such an important part.
I can't believe it. If that's not scuffed, I don't think it's going in. He's lining up the power shot. The goalkeeper's already starting to cut that angle. It takes a little additional half second almost to fully wind it up. He mistimes it, kind of takes it early, and it ends up being a bit of a chip. It might be accidental, but they still count the same.
2-goal cushion again reinstalled for a third time in this game. That's the key thing. When you play against Nicholas, Mike, you have to have a lead. Not just one, 2 goals minimum all the time.
Yeah, you know he's going to make a late game push. So anything to give you some sort of leverage, some sort of margin, you take it.
Chance, he has to make the most of this one. Mbappe, big chance for Nicholas. Back square at 4-3.
And that's gorgeous triangle work. Steps up, sends the runner, lays it off, makes it look easy. Waits for the goalkeeper as well. Slight ball roll, just tap it home. Love touch, if you will. Gets the angle, no problem. And it negates Bonanno's goal, but also it gives Nicholas a little more confidence. He's growing in the game. He's someone that's known for these finishes, late game stage. Iceman, never nervous, never worried, never concerned. And you see no emotion on his face, which is also on brand.
Back over to you, Nicholas. Bonanno needing that 2-goal cushion again. Vitinha drops the shoulder. Well played, Rudiger. Back inside. Oh, they get in the way of each other.
Nicholas had it. He overthought it. He's worried about the goalkeeper movement. Matías Bonanno's done such a good job with the last stitch or the last second movement of the goalkeeper. It can shift everything at the competitive scene as well. It's a bit of a guessing game again, but if you've done it well, you can start cutting down the percentages.
Mateus. Teo Hernandez, De Bruyne all around her. Trying to still work a chance around Vitinha. Well played, Bonanno again, defending really well.
And if you're Bonanno here, you need some possession, and that's what he's looking to do. Slow down the game, additional width.
Goal over here. It's a goal back for Sebeliani. 2 goals behind he is now. Remember, these are elimination games. You lose, you're out the tournament here in DreamHack Dallas. Yes, you've got prize money, but you will not be going to the Esports World Cup. It's back to the drawing board and back to Sweden in 2 weeks' time.
He's onside.
Huge chance. Teo Hernandez has scored a few from this area. Penalty, no!
Ooh.
Referee waves it away. Looked like a penalty to me.
In all fairness, maybe Nicholas deserves a call. It hasn't gone for him this game. But I wouldn't mind seeing an instant replay. That animation, dodgy at best.
Well, Hernandez got into the area. You thought maybe a shot. Nicholas was just playing around with the goalkeeper movement to try and tease a shot.
The way he fell down, too, was stiff. He almost collapsed. It looked like he got hit.
That's it again on the replay here.
Surely a pen.
He's tried to take a shot with Teo Hernandez. Anyway, back to the game live. There's a corner. No, goal kick for Nicholas. Another goal gone in our other game as well. Game C. Sebeliani was 4-1 down, only 4-3 down now, and he scored 2 really early goals as well. Just 6 minutes.
Oh, lovely step over, a little bit of that speed burst. Takes advantage. Mbappe full power across the body. Top corner. Accuracy on point.
Nicholas, last 10 minutes or so left in this game, just down by a goal. Trying to keep his DreamHack Dallas stream alive.
He's got to convert.
Superb, but this is where
he's got to
scored
convert.
2 corners already, Nicholas. You know he's looking for in the box. Olivier Giroud, will he find him again? Not this time. Mbappe will get it on the rebound though. Saliba, a star in this game for Nicholas. Patiño, Giroud, one more pass, he wants to find it. Mbappe, that's brilliant thing. It's a red time finish that was scuffed.
And as Nicholas is probing, if he's not able to find this equalizer, he's going to sit there and review the tapes and say, I had all the chances. Missed finish on missed finish. Goalkeeper movement, with credit, done well. Maybe even exceptional from Matías Bonanno, but he's still been in those bread and butter positions.
We're going to try and get a replay of that moment as well, Mike, because I'd love you to talk us through it, because he did so well of Mbappe there, just to sort of turn him round, and then, as you said, the timing of the shot was what really let it down. We'll roll it in when we've got it. Back to this game for a split second, 4-3. This was the chance, Mike.
I've got a theory. It is beautiful. Right here, the turn, the burn. I think he's got caught between two minds. Did he want to pass and lay that off to Vinicius? Did he want to shoot? Therefore, it offset some of his timing with the shot, and of course, it went wide. But I think he got caught a little bit unsure what he wanted to do in the box. Plus, he's looking at the goalkeeper movement from Matías Bonanno.
4-3 here. Remember, 4-1, he was a half-time, Bryce. We are in a pause at the moment still between Bonanno and Nicholas. When it's back underway, we'll join it for a really tense last 9 in-game minutes. But Bryce has to try and get control back of this game. Yes, I know he's leading, but a 3-goal lead's only become a 1 lead.
Oh, big takeaway from Holland.
Could have been a through ball there for R9. Let's jump back. 9 minutes left in this game, which is going to finish before. Can Bonanno see this one out? He will be knocking out Nicholas's fellow Argentine as they match up in the lower bracket. Really well done there, Mbappe. Nice play along from Bonanno. Vinicius bundled off the ball, still just about has it. Gives it back to Nicholas though. And oh my God, Mike, he's pulled it back. Sebeliani.
Oh.
4-4. It was 4-1 down. Back to our main game. Nicholas on the hunt.
It does have a feeling for Sebeliani this is his tournament. I don't know if you feel that way, but there's something in the air.
Is it 4-4 here as well? It is. Cristiano Ronaldo pulls Nicholas back.
You can't doubt the Iceman. He's probing, he's in action, he's making changes, tactical awareness, a lot of pressure, defensive pressure, a lot of pressure. Did I mention pressure? The man's out here building new rocks. Beautiful finish, finally beating some of that goalkeeper movement. I'm not upset if we get an early extra time. I don't even mind manifesting some penalty kicks. They might not like that, but I think the people at home, the people that are tuning in on the Twitch stream, wouldn't mind a little added tension, a little added drama to start the day.
This is a perfect start today. Both games are 4-4. Back to you, Bonanno. He's always been in front in this game. He's always led.
You see Nicholas having quite a few conversations with his coach. They definitely like the tactical changes that have been implemented. Got Havertz playing as a right back, which is a little unusual, as a natural lefty, which means you're looking more so maybe for the cut-ins, those back post crosses.
It looks like we could be heading our way to extra time, or has Nicholas got something to say about that? No. Bonanno might do instead. Three minutes of added time. Win to keep your tournament alive. Dispossessed. Minute and a half left for Nicholas. Get the last chance instead. Always seems to have the perfect answer for these moments. Or not. This could be an unbelievable counter-attack. This could be a crazy end in Mbappe. Chance for Bonanno, he's through. He does score. A 93rd minute winner to send Nicholas out of the tournament.
And I can't believe it. We had 4 opportunities from the 89th minute onward in terms of changing of possession. And this is from the professional rule book. You hold for the last chance, and then you move forward to make sure you don't get countered. Nicholas went too early, but Bonanno also went too early on one of the goes. They had another exchange. Bonanno with a big takeaway. Mbappe splits the defense, takes on the center backs. No time remaining. That's going to wrap it up.
Bonanno through. Nicholas out here in DreamHack Dallas. Let's jump back to this one now, which is also 4-4. No one is safe here in DreamHack Dallas.
And surely, you're thinking at home, you see Nicholas battle back. He's inching away at the lead. He's recovering. The tactics are working. Everything is lining up. The sun, the moon, the clouds. And then a bad mistake in the midfield. Huge loss of possession and an instant counterattack from Matías Bonanno.
And did really well, Bonanno, there to make that counter-attack happen. We just see as well Cameron Nicholas leave the venue straight away. Handshake between the two players. Fortunately, he is eliminated. He's gone. Bonanno is through. Here we're playing against Gubarosh. Whilst the winner of this game will play Umit in the next round there. There'll be 6 players left from the 256. What starts the day already, Mike?
It's good defense there. This is what I expect. This is the best to do it. Everyone's in form that's at this stage of the competition. We reiterate, but it's ruthless.
Chance, Sebaluani, surely not! He was 4-1 down!
And that set up perfectly. You saw the split. You saw the knockdown. Once it gets lobbed up to Holland, you're saying, is he going direct? Does he have an opening? Wide open for R9. You can't have that happen. And again, the defender's way out of position. And the Sebaluani dream potentially continues.
Honestly, he has been unbelievable.
Only loss that he has is against Oman as well, earlier in the day. And I'll put this out there. I'm not wishing this on anyone, but when you knock someone down and you join them in the loser's bracket, in the lower bracket, I've always felt there's some bad juju in that type of game. You beat them once, now you got to beat them again. Sometimes the odds flip. It's now in your opposition's favor. There's some belief. Bryce looks frustrated.
How long has he got left in the game? Well, not long at all.
83rd minute, 6-7 minutes left. We'll see what we got for extra time. I will say this, and I'm still shocked. In the Matías Bonanno and Nicholas game, we saw 4 changes of possession from the 89th minute to the closeout of that game. That's so rare in the competitive scene. If you've been following throughout the years, in most circumstances, you get the ball in the 85th, that's it. They go side to side, they take their time, there's your build on the final attack, and you wrap it up.
Well, last change is being made here in a pause. Winner of this one plays against Umit, remember. You may have just missed it. Matías Bonanno knocking out fellow countryman Nicholas out of DreamHack Dallas.
That's 2 world champions in that matchup. You got Umit who's sitting, another world champion. You got Yilmaz and Manu Bashir just sitting chilling. We got some world champion status there as well. This happened in Dallas. He started this week with 256.
And the best part is in a few weeks' time in Sweden, they'll be double that, 512. 6 minutes left. Corner. It's all going in Sebeliani's favour at the moment. That got into the box, defended well by Kanate.
Sorloff is on. Again, you see him targeted as a potential release player or a partnership even with the likes of Holland if you're going to go for a little more of a route one approach.
Big chance here. There's a cross available surely to Hernandez. Where's his option? Now it's marked. Back to Haaland. Penalty! Rudiger into the boot. This is a golden chance for Bryce to score from the spot. Does.
You couldn't ask for better opening matchups. We just had a 90th minute winner. We're 5-all, back and forth, a lot of drama. Pop-offs, exchanges, words, coaches, hands are raised. I'm not mad if we get a controller to be thrown. We've seen that earlier today. Feelings and emotions on display. In theory, Sebeliani should have the last attack. I don't know if we're going to see that just with the way that things have been going, but in theory, he should be able to build up here. And it's either going to be a goal for Sebeliani or we're going to extra time.
Well, added time to come. We had 3 minutes before. We're getting this time 3 minutes again, which is a long 3 minutes in 9-minute halves. Sebeliani playing for the final chance here.
Conservative approach, a little bit of a dangerous approach. But they might have seen what just happened. I know the games are going at the same time. Maybe your coach is dropping an update. You don't want to make the same mistake.
It's a really ambitious ball, that. And that should do us for 90 minutes here or not. Bryce still in possession, some of Mbappe. Big tackle there from Sebeliani with Hernandez. Extra time needed already here today. And it probably won't be the last time.
And if they don't find a winner, these two don't have a winner in store, we will see penalty kicks.
Six minutes left in that game as well, wasn't it? He came back.
Shows a lot of heart as well from Bryce. When you give up a large lead, to be able to battle back, to get the equalizer that was necessary. I know it was a penalty kick, but you're still locked in. You still have belief. You still have hope. You haven't given up, especially mentally. It's so easy to hang your head, even at the pro level, when you have a lead and you throw away some goals. Yesterday, I'm not misspeaking. Umit was up 6-0. Umit won 6-5. 5 goals unanswered. We were sitting here watching it live against Young. He's in a position, 10 minutes left. He only needs 1.
And we were sitting there thinking, yeah, that's job done. And then we came back to it. Yeah, very nearly.
At the end of the day, Umit saw it out. It's more or less the point that I was making. Might not have been pretty. Wasn't easy on the eyes. It took every single goal that he had scored. But he was able to see out the game.
Again, remember, winner plays Umit in the next round. That follows straight after this one. And we'll also be confirming our first play here from DreamHack Dallas that qualifies for rehab. between Manu Ishuri and Emre Yilmaz, the two teammates going head-to-head in the all-important qualification match after this one. Zibiliani happily in possession here with Vinicius Junior. Chance at the back post, no real conviction in that header.
I wouldn't be surprised if both competitors here tighten up a little bit. Biggest moment in their career up to this point. A lot of times you play not to lose. You want to make sure that you're not taking too big of chances where you make a major error.
Chance of Bryce here. Where's his overlap coming from? Nowhere on that occasion. Goes back out the other way instead. Bellingham lofts it in. Expected back across goal from Haaland, who will get two chances at it. Sort of felt a little bit bad for the defender there, Mike. It was Haaland just pushed him to the floor.
I don't think I've ever seen Ruud Gullit get moved around like that, shoved. Just a true display of grit there from Haaland. A will to win. You saw some of the player lock as well from Sebaluoni to defend the pass. Maybe a bit unlucky just with the animation again for Ruud Gullit to fall down to get that second chance for Haaland. Knocks it across. Pateas able to tap it home. All starts with Jude Bellingham, of course, whipping in that cross. And in this case, we're seeing Jude Bellingham on one side as a right back and Ruud Gullit on the other side as a right back, both instilled into the competition in order to try to negate or match up against Haaland.
As we said, 4-1 up. Bryce was in this game, went to 4-4, then we had extra time, and Bryce is now back in the driving seat. Hernandez. Bryce. Ooh. Blocked again by Araujo. Still though. Able to keep the ball. That'll do us for half time and extra time. 15 minutes here. That's still plenty of time. Only a 1-goal difference.
A creative usage there of the ball roll. Almost a drifting ball roll, if you will, just because of the long limbs of Haaland. Try to unleash a Trivela late. And that could have been one of those moments where you're almost stealing a goal. Last touch or the last kick of the first portion of extra time, and then Sebaluoni would be under an entire new pressure. We'd be using this moment to shift tactically everything. Doesn't necessarily have to change anything yet. Ideally, you want to go forward quickly. You want to have a certain level of decisiveness, but you still control how you play it out.
Well, a win here will guarantee you top 6 in the competition. Will get you up a little bit more in terms of the prize money.
Yeah, put you up to 6K. Fourth, looking at 8. Third at 12. But I think getting third in this competition might be the worst feeling. I'm not trying to be cynical, but
you've got so far, haven't you? You've played so much.
You would have played maximum games, and you walk away with some money. But I don't know if you're getting a closer opportunity to join the Esports World Cup. I don't know if you're getting a double whammy or a second chance in Sweden. Let's be realistic again. There might be 6 slots, but there's 512 players. Even here, 256 down to 2. It's less than 1%. No matter how good you think you are, those are the numbers.
Well, back over to you, Sebaluoni. Some massive results he's had throughout this competition. He was the man that stopped Anders Vergang from continuing his tournament run. He knocked him out. Knocking out Tex yesterday too. Looking for a 6-6. Haaland. Head down once, twice.
Relatively similar approach that we just saw from Bryce. Sebaluoni might need a moment of ingenuity, something inventive, something prolific, or a big mistake from Bryce. You can see that the press has been activated. Bryce is not going to be able to hold this in the back. He's going to have to go forward.
Oh, that's nicely done. Bellingham has he got the legs to pull away from the defender. Huge chance for Bryce to get a 2-goal cushion here. That could be the goal to send him into an even more important match against Umit.
Well-timed run from Jude Bellingham, and one of the few players that have enough strength with the pace and the combination and the technical control to not only hold off, it's an unlikely chase back, but Holland, keep him on your hip, buy enough time, watch the goalkeeper, take it around the goalkeeper, easy finish, all things considered. Beautiful overlapping run, everything timed to perfection.
Is it enough? 2-goal lead, 8 minutes left. Coutinho, that's clever. Is there a cutback available? No. Wins possession somehow though. Where's his option in the box? He tries to step over. There's his option in Haaland.
Wait just a minute. We're ready to wrap it up. Set up shop. Give out a congratulations, not just yet. And it's likely, I think we'd both agree, it's likely that Sebaluoni gets another chance. 7 minutes of game time, maybe add in another minute, maybe a minute or two, depending if you get some extra additionals. We see how difficult it is to hold the ball. You're not going to do it in the back. You have to go forward. It's led to many high-scoring affairs. Single-leg FC, you're seeing more goals than what we used to see in the past, often with aggregate.
Well, back out the pause now. There will be chances for either two. It's going to be a very cagey last 16 game minutes.
It's well done from Sebaluoni as well to find some space. That box was crowded. That might be an understatement. That was like a dive bar on a Saturday night. Getting no space, not even for elbows.
Does it get quite busy then, does it?
I would assume. I've been here. I've been here with you. I don't know.
Oh my. Oh my, he's just giving it back to him.
You already on limited real estate. You add in a big night.
Chance of Bryce to
Oh, it's lovely.
pull away. He doesn't necessarily need to score again. He will not fall into the trap there. The goalkeeper coming out. Or will he try and get one more? Haaland! Bryce will be on his way through to play Umit in an even bigger lower bracket matchup.
And I like that his coach looks like he just came from a holiday in the south of France. Straight from the beach to the trenches of Dallas. And he's moving on. Deserves it. He's gotten the goals when he needed them. Good decision making there.
And he always seems like he picks the right players, does so, Alex, the coach behind Bryce. He's been clearly a big part here in what has been a stressful few days in DreamHack Dallas. Full-time result there, commiseration. Sebaluoni, he crashes out the tournament here in DreamHack Dallas. Bryce will go through to play against Umit in another elimination game.
And he might not feel it now, but Sebaluoni should be proud of himself. Eliminating the likes of Tex. Doing the business and sending Vergang, who we all thought would be in action. We thought he'd be battling it out for a top two. He sent him packing as well.
Absolutely. First.
Dolan Mike, also, you don't see him in action because of Sebaluoni.
He's been a heavy hitter, hasn't he? but maybe he's just run out of steam by this point. As I was saying, 2 players leave the tournament. Nicholas eliminated, Sebelioni eliminated, 2 Argentines out the tournament. Now only 6 remain, FG, in case join us back in our commentary desk here. We're getting there. From 256, 6 are left. Still 2 spots on the line.
Yeah, we're talking 250 players who have not made it, and we are down to the final 6. And what a first round of fixtures we have just seen. We saw everything. We saw extra time. We saw last-minute winners as we see the highlights from the game, Casey. What a start.
What a start that was. It was an absolute battle from start to finish from both Sebelioni and Bryce. I mean, we went into extra time here. We have Bryce on the ball. Hullet into Holland. Green timed, goes into the back of the net. But now we have Sebelioni with the Holland header as well. We have many, many goals throughout this entire competition with Holland. Step over with Mbappe. Beautiful goal there for Seba. Another step over. Holland brings it in. Quick pass over to Kevin De Bruyne. We see the celebrations from Seba. Lots of energy from Seba throughout this entire competition.
Yeah, and to be honest, a really, really good competition for him. Unfortunately, it's come to an end for him today, but what a performance by Bryce in that game. It's so good to see esports, the passion involved, and it's always nice.
It is. I mean, and credit to Sebelioni, he's taken out some massive competitors, but it's in moments like this that the best players are shining. It's crazy because there are only 2 spots left and Bryce is getting that much closer. And as a reminder, that was a loser's bracket game, so unfortunate for Seba, but he is going home today. Bryce is moving on to the next round of the losers bracket, and he'll go against Umit.
Yeah, he will go against Umit, and what a game that is as well. 2 more heavyweights going against each other, Red Bull Leipzig's Umit, and it's with great pleasure to say we are joined on the host desk by arguably the star of the weekend, Adida FIFA. First things first, your mum's here, and she's told us that you missed your high school graduation to be here.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even want to go to the graduation in general, so, I mean, it's perfect.
How was the weekend for you as a whole? Because it's been a breakthrough weekend for you. You've done so well. You've taken so many scalps. Unfortunately, you didn't make it through this morning, but you're here. You were in the final 16.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with how I did. I think I could have played a bit better today, but I'm happy how I did. This is my first LAN event, and the fact that I went so far and did so well, I'm very happy with that, but I just know I could have done better, so I just know I need to learn some things for next time.
Now, talk to me about your name, because we spoke about this a little bit off stage. What does it mean? And tell me why you made that, because I think it's actually pretty great.
So, I guess it was my dad that ended up creating the name because he kind of like does the account with me. And so Adidas stands for All Day I Dream About Sports. So Adida FIFA was All Day I Dream About FIFA, and so then that's why the name came to be.
Love that.
Well, we'll have to change that to FC, actually. Let's talk about what's been your highlight of this weekend then.
I think beating Footwiz Trista in like the second game, like I went up early, like 4 goals in like maybe 30 minutes, and I just knew I had to hold the lead. I had played him the game before, and I was up 4-1, and he came back 4-4 and won it. So I knew I just had to play like calm and keep possession, like do what I can to win.
So now you're only 18 years old. When did you start taking the game seriously? Because this seems to be something that you want to take very seriously moving forward.
Yeah, so I played semi-professional soccer, and so then when I was playing, I tore my ACL, unfortunately, and so from there, I was like, I want to stay competitive. Like, I'm a very competitive person, so I want to stay competitive, and I want to stay in like an environment. And I was obviously good at FC like before, like I guess in years prior, maybe top 200 and like foot champions, but never like played like at the pro level. And so then this year I took it seriously, and like through a bunch of practice, like I think I'm gotten to like a really high level. So
Yeah, you got to a really high level, and you also got to the last 16 being the only player without an esports organisation. Coming into this tournament, did you think that this was an opportunity for you to put yourself on the map, or was it just very much so, I want to get involved in that competitive scene, and of course I want to get on the plane to Riyadh?
I wanted to go all the way. I knew I could. Like, I knew I was good. So I wanted to go all the way. I didn't know what to expect. I know like there's a bunch of very good players here, so I didn't know what to expect, but I'm happy with how I did. So
Now, you should be very proud of yourself. This was your very first big esports event. Will we see you in Sweden, possibly?
unfortunately, there's no Sweden tickets. So anyone hit my DMs, Adida FIFA or anything, like there's no tickets. So I need a ticket.
Well, esports organisations around the world, if you're looking to take a punt on a man this man may well be it. Congratulations on such a great weekend. Quick one before you go. Who do you see winning?
I think Manu. He beat me in the first game, and he's a very good player. I think he'll take it all.
Yeah, well, he's got a very, very difficult game against Emre Yilmaz. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's take a look then at the results from the previous round once more. A last-minute winner for Manchester City esports player Matti Bonanno. We saw the Vamos, we saw the aura from him, but what a game against Nicholas, and what a player Nicholas is too.
Oh my goodness, what a game. We knew it was going to be a very difficult game for both of them, as both players are very top tier, but that last-minute winner, how good do you think that felt? Because it was a battle till the end.
Yeah, it was an absolutely sensational game. Goals, 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 and the other one was no different as well. 8-6 in that one where we saw Bryce go through. But look at this for a bracket then. I mean, wow.
Yes, so Bryce's win will put him into the next stage of the lower bracket against Umit, and on the other half, Bonanno will be going up against Guy Barros in that lower bracket. We will have the upper bracket finals in the waiting. We have Manu versus Emre Yilmaz. They'll be waiting to see who they go up against in a few rounds, but this lower bracket finals, it's looking like it's going to be stacked.
Yeah, and these are elimination games as we've discussed, so only one of these players from each match can go through. The other one, unfortunately, will go home. Let's get some early predictions from you then, Case.
Ooh, all right. So if we're looking at the lower bracket here, I highly rate Guy Barros, but I think a win like that against Nicholas is going to propel Bonanno into this round, and I'm looking at Umit as well, although Bryce is coming off of a massive win as well, and I think that the excitement after beating Seba Leone in that way is going to be great too. So honestly, that was kind of a cheat answer.
Yeah, so you sat on the fence, and I don't blame you.
Very good game.
I don't blame you at all, because Red Bull Leipzig's Umit, of course, he's a fantastic player, and we've just seen what Bryce can do. We've also got that upper final, which is super important. Emre Yilmaz against, well, listen, I can't, against Manu Bashore, I can't call that one.
I can't either. I mean, they recently just played in the E-Champions League, and so we know that they both have what it takes. They're both teammates. They've played each other a lot of different times, and so it's going to be good. I mean, that's why they're in the upper bracket final, right? Like, they're two of our best players in the competition. Well deserved to be in that spot.
And one of them will be on the plane to Riyadh, and it's very good news for the organisation who looks after both of them. We saw them play against each other as well in the E-Champions League. Do you think it's going to be a different game this time out?
I mean, you never know, right? Every day is going to be different. It's different squad restrictions for this event as well, and so it could end up differently. I've seen it go both ways for them. They've played many different times, and so who knows?
And remember, each player has to lose 2 times to be eliminated, so it's not as precious as the other ones. As we see the live pictures, we're 2 minutes away from our next round of fixtures. We're seeing the live pictures of our players. There is Manu getting in the zone with his coach Renzo as well behind him. They always look so relaxed, don't they?
They do. I mean, like, they've been at the top tier competitions all over the world. They know how this goes. They've been under the lights. And so I think that they're calm going into this one. They got a few more rounds to make it happen, but they're looking good. I mean, he's going undefeated throughout the entirety of this competition. And so if I am in that situation, I'm feeling good going into this one.
I feel like the cameraman was just trying to look over his phone then to see what he was texting. I think he's got privacy glass, but then here's Emre Yilmaz on the other side again, looking super relaxed. It's nice because it's a Team Hullet environment. They're all friends. They always speak about how close they are as friends, but there's going to be no friends on the virtual pitch.
Yeah, it's almost bittersweet, right? Like, either way, their organization is going to be winning, but it can't feel good to beat a friend, but they have to do it at this point if they want to continue on. At the end of the day, one of them isn't going home from this game. They'll drop down into the lower bracket, but it is going to be bittersweet for them.
It is going to be bittersweet, and it's been bittersweet for Red Bull Leipzig today as we see the live scenes of Umut. They're probably hoping that Anders could make it through, but unfortunately he was knocked out earlier on.
He was, yeah, unfortunate for Anders Berging, but he will not be continuing on because Seba Leone knocked him out of that lower bracket. I do think that that was a surprise for a lot of players. People thought that he would go on to possibly win the whole thing, but that is this type of competition. Some of the best players in the world are traveling in from everywhere, and expect the unexpected.
Expect the unexpected indeed, as Bryce is taking his seat back on the main stage where he was a couple of moments ago. He had a little bit of a break, a little bit of a walk away. How do you see this fixture going? And I need an answer from you. You can't sit on the fence.
That's so unfair. That is so unfair. But I will say, for that one specifically, Umit, that is my prediction.
And let's welcome back in our casters, Brandon and Mike, for their predictions for these fixtures. We're about a minute away. Mike, how do you see these fixtures going?
I
don't know if we should go against Manu. I mean, Yilmaz can do it. I told them, I was down there talking to him, I was like, I need a lot of intensity. I want yelling. I want screaming. I want coaches swinging. I want that type of level of action, and I don't know if they're going to play ball with me. I told them if you toss a monitor, bonus points, but it didn't seem like that's going to escalate.
A man on a mission trying to
I'm just stirring up everything.
Of the broadcast.
Right? I was like, let me know what I have to do to help this situation.
Well, one thing's for certain is both these players don't need any help. They're part of Team Hullet. They're both fantastic players. And one of them, Brandon, is going to be on the plane to Riyadh.
They are. It's exciting, isn't it? It's what we've come here for, to Dallas, to find out who are going to be the next two players on the plane to Riyadh. What a journey it's been for them both. They've both played so well. They've remained in the upper bracket. They played just a few days ago in the Champions League, and Manu lost that game to Emre, and he knew by his own level he wasn't playing that well in that game. It seems like he's brought a very different performance out here to Dallas.
Yeah, absolutely. He seems like a man on a mission, doesn't he, Case?
He absolutely does, and we've seen both of their accolades, and it could definitely go either way in terms of these two Team Hullet teammates. And it's just fun to watch because they both have fought so hard to get into this upper bracket, and only one of them will be going through.
Yeah, and let's get straight to our casters for the next round of fixtures.
Thank you very much, FG and Case. And yes, we've got 3 games underway at the same time here. 2 from the lower bracket, 1 from the upper bracket, where we are in for a goal instantly here. It's Gabarros that's found himself an opening goal in 1.5 minutes. There is no time to rest here, is there, Mike? You're straight back into the game.
And best answer or reply or opener you could ask for if you're a Gabarros fan, just because Badano just came off a massive result, eliminating Nicholas. You could build on some of that from even a momentum perspective, confidence, ego, all-encompassing, and then you got an answer. You got, hey, hold on. This might not be that type of game. And Gabarros has been great all weekend long.
Well, it's the only game that's kicked off so far. As we said, in case you missed it, Nicholas was knocked out by Matthias Bonanno. Could we be in for an instant reply from Matthias Bonanno?
Teo Hernandez surely looking for a crossing option.
Mbappe. Rudiger, once, twice, 3 times, making a tackle, and surely got the ball there to answer your questions. I can see coming in the live stream as well. The match between Manu and Emre is, yes, a qualification game for the Esports World Cup. These are lower bracket games. These are matches where they need to win to try and find themselves into a match where they will be playing the loser of Emre or Manu for the spot at the Esports World Cup. Umit against Bryce, waiting to kick off.
Yeah, and Gabarros and Bonanno, as you were saying, are both elimination games. And there couldn't be a better scenario if you're a fan of Team Hullet to have Yilmaz and Manu Bashir in the final. You guarantee that one of those players is, of course, getting an Esports World Cup spot. And you got to say it's likely that the other one might win that final game in the losers bracket, so you get to double dip. They had 3 competitors, of course, make it to the final day, the top 16. The board wasn't able to put together a run, but again, if you're a Team Hullet supporter or if you're part of the organization, you're pretty happy with this. Kind of a dream situation.
Gabarros fakes the power shot. Just looking here on the bracket as well, Mike. If you were to lose your opening game today and then go down to the lower bracket, you're playing 6 or 7 games still today, back to back to back to back, if you want to try and get an Esports World Cup spot.
And we talked about it early on, saying you want to, in a perfect world, you don't want to lose any games, but you want to go as far as possible in the upper bracket. It just makes the quest or the journey a little easier, maybe a little more feasible, a little more practical, less of a mental endurance type of back and forth.
Well, let's jump over, if we can, to another game that's just kicked off now live. It is between Umit and Bryce. The winner of this game will play the winner of Bonanno against Gabarros. And then the winner of that will play, of course, the loser of that qualification matchup for an Esports World Cup ticket. We're jumping between both of them now. Rudiger, Hullet, Gabaris. He's been very impressive this weekend, Mike.
And he uses a couple players that no one else in the competition has had him in rotations. You see Johan Cruyff up front. That's been a definite. You've got Musiala in the midfield. I don't think I've seen Musiala on any other squad. Starting 11, bench, reserves, nothing. Nada.
The last time I saw Musiala was a right-back for Johnny in the Champions League. It's not really a common star. Here's a chance now for Bonanno. Oh! La Croqueta into the finish, and it just goes wide. It's the post and goes out.
And the setup's oh so pretty. That little La Croqueta gives you an angle. Maybe need a tad bit more of the curvature. And unlike many skill moves, you can cancel out of a La Croqueta in the midst of an execution. Whether you want to go with a pass, you want to go with a shot, which gives it a bit of a competitive advantage if you're properly setting it up. Just a half second of a quicker release.
Well, we are hearing as well that at half-time in these games we will be kicking off that Esports World Cup decider matchup between the team Hullet players there. Gabaris still 1-0 up over in this game. Run up at the Libertadores this year. Did qualify for the FC Pro World Championships. Under Netshoes Miners was the org that he was representing them.
Feels like the next name hailing from South America. Every year we're saying that.
Cruyff.
Oof. And Libertadores seems to be an indicator of your progression, how well you're going to travel into the worldwide scene, the international scene, or the European scene, that everything translates. It coordinates. You've got that capability. We saw it with Nicholas. We saw it with Matias Bonanno in previous years. Even Palinetto, PH Zin. That Libertadores record is an early sign of greatness, or maybe having that champion's pedigree. Having what's needed, being mentally ready, prepared.
Gabaris again blocked there by Mbappe. You are right though, one of the few players to use that Cruyff-inger item. Oh, it's cheeky again. He's loved that skill a few times now.
Also, I was going to say, maybe the only guy in the competition truly utilizing and maximizing the roulette. Bread and butter, beautiful skill move, easy on the eyes. You reach, he's going to teach. But it is a bit of a high risk, high reward, so a lot of competitors aren't using it. You have to bait somebody into a tackle. You have to set it up. You have to make it where you're in a difficult decision space. And it doesn't work that well if you're going up against an AI defender. You almost need a bit of a manual movement or a manual moment.
Well, goal over here is the breakthrough between Umit and Bryce. And it came from this moment here. Hullet wins the ball back. And Mbappe interchanged with Vitinha. So pretty fortunate bounce through. And Ousmane Dembele, who does get a start, will put Bryce up by a 1-0 there.
Right on the 6-yard box. Equal-footed. 5-star weak foot. 5-star skill moves. Big upgrade with the Team of the Season item. Some of the better left stick dribbling you're going to find in FC. Times it green as you would expect. Might need to adjust Umit's camera. I think he's sitting so close to the monitor, we're just going to get an ear view on the face cam.
I think yesterday, one of his games, where obviously we're sitting so close to his monitor, someone in the chat was like, where is he? He is there.
I promise he's over there. I can see him. He's next to us.
We still haven't kicked off the game yet between Emre Yilmaz and Manu Bashore. When it does, we will jump over to that, as that is a qualification game for the Esports World Cup. Lofted in. Haaland does keep possession still for Bryce. Haaland! Just wide.
I was going to say on the previous, we'll call it a Haaland lob. It's very clever from Umit with some of the defensive player lock.
Replay there. Gabarros 2-0 up against Bonanno.
Catches the goalkeeper movement. And what I was going to say with the defensive player lock, what he does is he's able to pull up the other defenders to make sure that the attacking players that could support Holland's climb are offsides. Because how many times have we seen it where he's able to knock it down, splits the defense, easy opportunity.
Chance for an equaliser here for Umit. Back to 1-9, 1-1 here. Umit back in the game. Former world champion showing what he is all about. And ensuring that maybe RB Leipzig can send one player from Dallas DreamHack to Saudi Arabia.
And when you think about balance or having structure, maybe even a format to playing the game, I always look at Umit as the best example in the competitive scene. I almost call him an architect on the virtual pitch. You know what you're going to get. He never takes games off. But it's never a misstep with spacing, both offensively and defensively. And there's always a game plan. One of the best coaches in the game as well with Ferminator. He's back there. He's locked in. If he stands up, you're going to feel him. If he's standing at 6'7", 6'8", the room will shake.
Dembele on the Trivela was asking a lot.
Again, early on this year, that's flying in. Ball roll into Trivela, time at green, back corner, you count those. This weekend, it's definitely been more about the finesse shots if you're going for distance. Maybe a power shot here and there, depending on the type of competitor and what formation they're running. Certain midfielders could step into space.
Oh, 9. Big chance. Umit for 2. Good goalkeeper movement. Corner.
Dangerous. It was late, but it was great with the goalkeeper movement. Made all the difference.
One over here. Gabarros 2-0 up against Matías Bonanno over in that game. Remember, winner of that plays the winner of this. Here from Dallas DreamHack. That is a pretty poor touch.
Both competitors trying to use the wings to almost out-probe to find some sort of space, something they can unlock to the inside.
Havertz. Oh, 9. Surely. Good save again.
And that's that little goalkeeper movement, just a slight scoot. You might not even notice it. You might have to rewind it, but it does make a difference with increasing the likeliness of making a save.
See Haaland's manual movement there at the front post. Was time red. Thankfully, Pecek was also there. Well, another goal has gone in that game. B. Is it a goal back for Bonanno? No, it's not. 3-0 down against Gabarros.
Oh.
Spoke about Musiala. That's why he's in the team.
Quick feet, they always eat. Little ball roll for the people, something for the culture. You tap that home.
Big chance. Umit.
Ooh.
Stopped in his tracks.
Virgil van Dijk, the savior, holding down the back line.
Big chance. A Bryce. Straight down the other end.
As you see the early handshake here, pre-game handshake, if you will, between the Team Hula Boys as they kick off. We'll keep you updated with this game. Remember, this is a qualification matchup. The winner not only will be in the upper bracket, they'll be undefeated, but they have a guarantee of an Esports World Cup selection, a spot. You can stamp it. You can sign it. Hand the man a trophy, a plaque. Something has to happen. He's going to Saudi.
Well, this is the big one. Manu Bashore, current world champion, against Emre Yilmaz, winner goes to the Esports World Cup in Saudi Arabia later on this year. They only played a few days ago in London in the Champions League in the quarter-final stages. Both have been teammates this year. They've represented the same football club in the Eredivisie.
And these are the types of matchups you can't really take an analytical approach because they're practice partners. They train together. It kind of equates or evens out.
Well, it could be an early start here for Manu. Kicks from left to right. Manu Bashore wins a corner. He has been locked in ever since he arrived in DreamHack Dallas. Was not happy with his performance in the Champions League. He said, look, I just did not play as good as I should have against Emre. On the other side, for Emre Yilmaz, I haven't seen a more relaxed player. I think we were lucky to get a smile out of him when he won the Champions League in Istanbul. Doesn't really show any emotion. Emre Yilmaz defending again really well. Remember, winner of this one goes to the Esports World Cup, joining the likes of Webb Nasri, Mark 11, Nathan SR, PH on the plane there.
Also guarantees some double digits in terms of some cash flow as well. Remember, 25,000 for first place and 15,000 for second.
First sniff of a chance for Emre Yilmaz. That is high and wide, and one that Hullet will not want to see again.
Bit of a half chance. Asking a lot.
Back to you, Manu. What a ball that is. Into R9, first blood. So the current world champion, Manu Bashore.
And what an entry. Target practice. Picks him out. R9. Looks him off. Opens up the body. You might think finesse shot. Not quite. Hits it on the near post.
Hello, Trivella.
Goodbye. We're throwing it back again. Early iteration. The ball roll. Top corner with the Trivella. We're not saying it doesn't have effectiveness now. It's just after many patches, the usage rate.
The percentage is just not high, is it?
That's where I was going. And not only the quantity of people attempting it, but overall, maybe you're scoring 1 out of 5, 1 out of 4, 20%, 25%. Not many pros are going to put that as a main strategy into their offensive approach.
But then every now and then, Mike, mix it in.
Got to keep them honest. We talk about it time and time again. I need versatility. I need variety. I need a collection of different offensive weapons and pursuit. And defensively, I need you to think it can happen. It is possible.
Well, big chance. Emre Yilmaz, saved by Van der Sar. It's his first shot he's been able to create in the game. Corner. Which one's this going to go? Haaland! It's his first corner of the game, and it's all square at 1-1 in 12 minutes.
I don't know what Manu Bashore's supposed to do there. I mean, he's got four bodies on Haaland. He's moving the goalkeeper. Somehow he still gets a head onto this. I have no idea.
You got R9 there. You got Van Dijk's. Look, they're both being crushed by Haaland.
You tell me. This is why we're seeing corner kicks and goals being scored and conceded time and time again.
There are 3 games taking place at the same time here in DreamHack Dallas. This is the big one. It's the qualification game. Of course, we will keep you up to date with everything that's happening in the other ones. Cabarrus is still 3-0 up against Matias Bonanno. 63 minutes on the clock there. Bryce 2-1 up against Umit. 48 minutes on the clock there as well. Remember, those are elimination games.
Got to give a lot of credit to Cabarrus and what he's been able to accomplish all weekend. I don't want to say he's gone under the radar, but maybe he hasn't been a mainstay of conversation. And I think he earned it. He deserves it. We should be building this man up.
Manu.
He also eliminated Palonetto early on in the competition. No,
heavy scoreline as well, wasn't it?
Wasn't close. Could have been a passing of the torch moment.
There always seems to be a new name, isn't there, from South America? Even this year with Nathan SR, he's been in the scene for quite some time, but him winning the CONMEBOL Libertadores just put him on a different pedestal.
And I still look at PH Zin as that leader as well. We've seen him in E-Libertadores. We've seen him at E-Nations. This year, of course, with FC Pro. What can he do?
Emre on the Trivella. It was asking a lot from that far out, but why not?
And again, if we're seeing this, we're not saying it can't go in. We actually just saw one of those fly in, but it's got to be your 4th or 5th choice in the offense in terms of the build-up. It's not going to be your high-end priority.
Chance round the corner. Big chance for Haaland now. Manabishore cuts it back. It's clever.
Oh.
That would have been special if it was to go in. Big goal that's gone in over in game B. We'll give it to you on the replay when we have got it.
Got to be said. That back heel, quick-witted. Giving you a little bit of something special.
Well, Matthias Bonanno, Mike, he's not looking good. He's 4-0 down now, 25 minutes left.
You might wrap this up. Beautiful step over. Player lock. Didn't quite go right. But even though that ends up being a rebound, there's so much in that in terms of the intricacy that you don't have, again, in your locker. The particulars. From the player lock to also attacking the space, looking for the layoff. Then you saw the lock roketa into a shot. Then it goes to the rebound. And of course, you tap it home. But the details. It's all about the details.
Big goal here as well. Umit, another former world champion, is back here over here as well.
Some would say that's the Umit cross. We called it the German cross.
How's Virgil van Dijk ended up there as well?
Trigger that run.
It's a long old run, wasn't it?
And sometimes you want to trigger not only the midfielders, but even your center backs because they take runners with them. So it opens up a new lane of space.
Oh no, that's a poor pass. De Bruyne. Mbappe no way through that time. And of course, there's a lot of RB Leipzig Anders Vergang, Levi Finn fans that are watching along, supporting anyone that wears that jersey to get to the Esports World Cup. Keep in mind, though, whoever wins this game, they go into the grand final of the bracket overall. They qualify for the Esports World Cup. They guarantee themselves at least $15,000. Here's R9 for Manabishore off the woodwork. Got a lot of space there.
I was going to say, between these two, you might need strokes of genius because they know each other so well.
Big chance for Bonanno. He needs something. Is it too little too late, though? 19 minutes left on the clock. Claws back a goal. Remember, he just knocked out Nicholas.
Again, with the player lock there as well. It's almost a double movement of off the ball player lock while it's in the air. It's just such an advanced inclusion.
Emre wins a corner. Remember, he did score from a corner. Haaland was surrounded by 3 or 4 bodies. It didn't matter. Is it going to happen again? No. No, it's not. You can feel the tension in this game. So much hard work, as we said. 256 players here. It was a long old double elimination bracket for these players to get to the top 16, which in itself is a huge achievement. As much as they will think it does not matter, all eyes are on the World Cup.
You're trying to lock in and saying this is the only game, but there's a lot going through your headspace. You've battled all weekend long. For many of these competitors, you've played 6, 7, 8 games up to this point against the best of the world. You couldn't take a game off. There were no easy results. The entire pro community flew out. We should mention that as well, just as a reminder. They came here on their own dime. They booked it or they had their team book it. More than 80% of the competition's from Europe.
And they're all big, heavy hitters as well that have come over.
Not light. Big takeaway.
Chance to counter-attack now for Manu. Of course, you can't forget his win in Saudi Arabia in the summer. Goal back for Bonanno. Are we starting a comeback here, maybe? 15 minutes left in the game. He's got a goal back. Back to our main game. There's a counter-attack building up for Emre. Could be through with R9.
Oh, that was spicy, too. Can we talk about it? A little artistry, if you will. A roulette into a cancellation with the layoff. Maybe he's starting to cook a little bit. I didn't hear the vamos. It's still a lot to do if you're looking at Matthias Bonanno, but if you're a fan, you got some hope right now. That's a showcase of a certain level of nimbleness and confidence even as the clock's winding down. If I could make a request, I'd like to see how that ends up.
We're about to go into half-time with this game. And when we do go into half-time, I'm sure there'll be a window to see how it closes out. It's still 2-2 for those asking. 68 minutes on the clock in that game against Bryce. Also an elimination game. Massive switch of play from Emre. We'll bring in Bellingham, who looks like he starts as a right back. Bellingham still. Both players and they were just to break each other down. Added time to come in now, probably no more than a minute. Last chance and a half for Teo Hernandez. Ball roll inside. Mbappe, Haaland has to be. Emre Yilmaz trails by 2-1 as Manu Bashir gets back in front. And it's not only just that goal that's got him, Mike. Big goal over in game D as well. Bryce could be pulling away with 20 minutes left on the clock. 3-2 he leads now. It's a horrible heavy touch. He's got an absolute gift there from Sorloth.
Won't be happy with that.
This is live. Game B now. Gabarros is sending himself into a top 4 scenario. More prize money and one step further to what could be a dream ending here in DreamHack Dallas for him.
And what a year he would have had at that point, or at this point. We've already talked to Libertadores. You're talking FC Pro, relatively new on the scene.
But that's not it. There's more goals, Mike.
Tell me more.
Game D.
Okay.
Has Bryce pulled away? No, he hasn't. Let's see what's happened over there now. This is what's happened. Umit's pulled one back. 3-3. 15 minutes left on the clock. It came from this.
Attacking the space, back post, something that we've seen before. There's the knockdown, first time finish, as you do with Mbappe. Oh, Umit always has a certain know-how. Another guy you just never root out.
Right, congratulations, Gabarros. He's going through. Bonanno eliminated. This is live now. Featured matchup. This is the qualification game.
Space to work with here for Yilmaz.
Gabarros just scored again, by the way. He is really,
I mean, the man's been chefing up.
enjoying himself there. He goes through.
He's been offensive and offensive.
Let's go game D live now. Big chance for Umit. 12 minutes left on the clock. De Bruyne from the edge of the box. Can he? Oh, saved. Or hit the post. One of the two. We're going to stay with this one for the last 10 in-game minutes. Loser eliminated and the winner will play Gabarros in the next round of the losers side of the bracket here. Manu Bashir 2-1 up against Emre Yilmaz in our qualification game. For Bryce, though, he's done the worst thing possible for any player. He's brought on Sorloth and he's got Haaland as well. Two giants.
You know what strategy he's trying to implement.
Chance for Umit. In it goes. Bryce defends that one well.
I think that should be on the ground. Maybe a skill of some sort of ball roll. You could do another R1 dribble to take the space. Maybe even the La Croqueta where you can pass halfway out, or you can go with the shot. You aim for potentially a rebound. You get a corner kick.
'85 minutes, just a full-time result confirmation here. People asking for it. Bonanno eliminated, 6-2 defeat against Gabarros. Let's go back to game D. Bryce 4-3 up.
And I was going to say there's a certain tenseness in the room. Feeling a little stiff, a little rigid. Bryce on the board, big time goal. There's not much time left here for Umit.
Another big goal as well, Mike. Manu Bashir, 3-1 up now, 57 minutes on the clock. Remember, winner of this game qualifies for the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this year, taking spot number 5.
That's a quality finish setup too. You might see the knockdown and so forth, but when it gets to Haaland, most players, especially as your body's opened up, you're thinking that you're going to shoot that direction. He goes the opposite just to make sure that he's counteracting potential goalkeeper movement. Those are the little details at the pro level that do make a difference when it comes down to finishing and being more clinical.
Right, we're back on this game now. Our featured matchup, Manu against Emrace. 30 minutes left here. Umit's match is in a pause at the moment. There's just under 4 in-game minutes left. Bit of breathing space between the two for the first time in this game. Pateus. Chance. Emre needs to score. Did he win the ball?
A dangerous challenge. We've seen penalties for less. We've seen no calls for more.
We're going to let that one breathe for a second because this one needs to conclude first. Is Umit going to find a forfeit?
He might have time for 2 attacks. Just depends how quickly he can get the final build-up.
Vitinha. Mbappe, Umit. Looking for 4-4, lofted in. You know where that's ended up. Umit has replied.
Who else but Alexander Sorloff? The second Holland, if you will. Big body, bruiser, affordable as well. If you didn't knock out the SBC, if it's still available, please do it. I don't know if he is. He might have expired at this point. But if you've got him, you understand what it is. It's great what he's done there, too. If you see the goalkeeper movement, Umit sells it, because you know he's going to win the header, sells it as if he was going to the other post. And I'm telling you, these little look-offs, subtle details. I keep pressing it, but it makes a world of a difference. 4-all, 89th minute. And Bryce at some point has to say, what do I have to do? He's gone ahead 4 separate occasions and hasn't been able to see it out.
Added time of 3 minutes. I think this one needs extra time. It deserves extra time. What a game between the both of them. Serious stakes on the line. You lose your owl, that's it. Winning your Esports World Cup dreams does stay alive.
Oof.
Umit.
Surely not again for Sorloff.
He's going to win a throw in here. He's going to get the last attack of this game. But can he make the most of it? Gets into a dangerous area now. Mbappe, can he get numbers in the box? Sorloff, head down, flick on. Defended well, extra time there. Let's leave the game and go back to our qualification matchup. Final 20 minutes, scoreline still the same. Manu Bishore, 3-1 up. Looking for a fourth, maybe here from De Bruyne. Dinks it up into Hullet. 2 hands on it. Emre Yilmaz back in possession.
Not mad at the idea. You saw some tiki-taka with the build. Some final third creativity.
Emre needs something now. Bellingham down in a dangerous area, cuts it back. The cutback wasn't clean, wins a corner.
If anything, that might be the critique for Yilmaz this game. He hasn't given us something that's enough in terms of inventiveness around the box, inside the box. Maybe some flair, that extra piece of resourcefulness. It's easy to say from our position. Of course, going up against the world champ, teammate, both representing Team Hullet.
Extra time here. 4-4. Chance, Umit, corner. Back to this one now. Corner coming in for Emre Yilmaz. 14 minutes left, he gets a goal.
We asked for it.
Still a lot of time.
Said we needed something. It might have not have been easy on the eyes. It's not going to be pretty in the recap. But we've seen corner kicks time and time again.
Well, if you look at the goals that Emre scored, Mike, 2 corners.
You can't break down Manu Bishore, but it doesn't matter. If you're able to run it up from set pieces, every single year throughout the competitive ecosystem, we stress the importance of having different types of set piece packages.
Well, 3-2 here, but there's news coming in from Game D. Umit against Bryce. Goal gone in. Which way has it gone? It's gone the way of Umit, and surprise, surprise, it's another corner that's gone in. 5-4, Umit extra time there. Emre might fancy a third and to send us into extra time in our Esports World Cup qualification game here from DreamHack Dallas. You win, you're in that 16-player pool. Guaranteed cash as well for being in that top 16 to be on the plane to Riyadh this summer. Emre Yilmaz. Musiala in at right back.
Going to give you less of the physical option. Not a good matchup against a Holland or a Sorloth. But offensively, especially with the step overs or the R1 technical dribbling, he's got that play style plus. Been one of the best dribbling midfielders, or in this case fullbacks, that you're going to have available in your arsenal.
Musiala. Cut back. Emre. Mbappe. 3-3.
Game on. Game on, my friends.
This is really going right down to the wire.
And if anything, this might be more or less a tactical play. I think you got to give a shout out from the coaches. Bring on Musiala. You do your overlapping runs. You have a display of a new attacker. He's more of a winger than he would be a fullback. There's a risk involved in that. But he's generated the corner kick where you scored. Now he's generated the next scoring opportunity, a little player lock with the layoff. You scored. He's still in the game. So it's a matter of, can Manu maybe take advantage of that? This is the back post cross that you want to aim for. But up to this point, the switch from Yilmaz has been crucial.
Goal over here. Which way has he gone? It's 5-all. These two.
Loads of space.
I score, you score.
A little game of cat and mouse there, a lot of time. Saw the step over, takes the space, gives you that half burst. Then you're just waiting to see if the goalkeeper's going to pull out of position. Do you want to go with a ball roll? You want to aim across the body, near post, in this case an extra layoff. Square it, can't miss from there. And Bryce is fighting back. First time that Umit was actually ahead in that matchup as well.
Emre, surely not. This would be an ultimate turnaround player lock. Not locked on properly. Araujo does enough. Manabishore gets back in possession. 2.5 minutes away from extra time.
Watch that run from Teo.
Look at the space he had. He's way offside now. Emre's done a good job there of just shuffling his players up the pitch. Remember, this is our upper bracket grand final where these two have been the best two on paper from the 16. Arrived here in DreamHack Dallas, did enough to get to the top 16, and now they're playing for the all-important Esports World Cup spot.
I still think Musiala is the target player to watch here. He's made such a difference attacking down the wing. If you can get one more switch.
Goal over here, 6-5. Sorry, Mike.
Oh.
Umit scoring that one. Back to our feature game. Are we going to extra time, or is Emre Yilmaz going to snatch this in the last minute? Extra time will be needed for a spot at the Esports World Cup. 3-3.
And you saw Musiala making the run. He started the attack again. Often what you see at the competitive level, even if you're playing a lot of weekend league or division rivals, you tailor or you push towards one of your fullbacks being more offensive, and then you use the other fullback to be the chase back, to sit a little deeper, to maybe be a little more defensive oriented. So you have an overlapping run, and you almost always build or overload on that side of the pitch, at least in an ideal circumstance.
Well, 90 minutes couldn't separate them. Manabishore 3-1 up. Emre Yilmaz came back. Now they'll battle out for 30 more minutes in extra time. Emre Yilmaz, you're up first. Power shot blocked. Just to shake up the arrangement of
I think he's
chances.
I think he's shooting for a corner. I don't think he thinks he can score from there.
De Bruyne. Mbappe, Manu, big chance, R9, wide! Not on target!
How does that drift? It wasn't time green, but how does that drift with R9? Surely that has to be on frame. And what I was saying before, and it's not a terrible tactic. I'm not saying that I support it, but I think Yilmaz, power shot, goalkeepers don't hang on to those. Maybe you're shooting for a corner.
Space for Haaland there if he wants to use it, Manu. Oh, great idea with the through ball. Raho defended well by Emre. Umit still in front, 6-5 up, 108 minutes on the clock in that game. If anything changes, we'll let you know. It's the biggest game, this one. Every click of a button matters. Every mistake could seriously cost you thousands of dollars, maybe even hundreds of thousands of dollars, depending on how well you do in Esports World Cup. Here's Haaland, back post, misses it. Musiala, I don't know what he did, but he did enough just to put Haaland off balance.
Unbelievable. You look at that matchup, you say, there's no way, especially with what we've been witnessing, that Haaland doesn't come out on top. You hope to maybe offset him.
10 minutes already gone.
But to break that play up with Musiala.
Oh my Jesus. I don't know what I've just seen, Mike, but I want to go into it live now. Game D. You speak about finishes that probably should be going in. Look at this from Bryce. We'll see on the replay. Why on earth is he taking this?
Wow. 27 meters. Trivela. It's perfect as you can get it. You line it up. This is why you say that you go ahead and give it a chance from time to time. It's not a high percentage, at least not at this point of the title.
Oh my.
But it can change a game. It can change a game.
6-all. De Bruyne, team of the season moments from that far out. Nearly at half-time and extra time here.
Neither of them can hold the lead. You could not have had better games than what we've seen
today,
thus far today.
Incredible. Last chance of this first extra time period. It's Manu Bishora, Teo Hernandez trying to just get more room along that byline. Back to De Bruyne.
Oh.
Stopped in his tracks, defended well by Emre, and that will do us for the halfway point. Let's jump back over now live. Umit against Bryce. Last 3.5 in-game minutes.
Could there be a winner? It's got to be the last touch of the ball at this point, because there's always an answer. Maybe what we're looking for is penalty kicks. Maybe.
Over to game D live now. 6-6. 2 minutes left.
Not again.
Oh my. He went for it. He went for it. Penalties? To keep your tournament alive? Or has Umit got something special for us?
He should have the final attack.
Any time of 1 minute, it's going to be so hard to know where to look here because we've got a game that's all square on one side. We've got penalties here as well. Right. We'll stay with this one for a split second. Penalties up now. Umit steps up first. Scores. Back to you, Bryce. Does score 1 from 1 over there.
Down center. Can he go for 2 for 2? From the spot, Umit guesses right. And he's going power. He's going up top. Remember, you can go low, you can go up top. Does Bryce have the answer? Vitinha. No problem. Oh, it hits the post!
He's hit the post, just to confirm as well. Still 3-3 in the other game. Up steps Umit, 3 from 3, perfect penalties.
Bryce, do you have an answer? Can't miss back-to-back. Oh! And it
Could
goes
be 4 out of 4 from Umit. Does. We might have double penalties here. We might have double penalties coming up. Back to you, Bryce. You need to get this one into the back of there or it's all game over. He does.
the decider. Ruud Hullet. Long hair. Top corner. Goes the wrong way.
Umit survives. Next round, Bryce out. Let's jump straight back to the big one. Commiserations, Bryce. What a tournament he's had. Umit into a top 4 guaranteed. He will play Gabarros. But this one, Mike, this might also be going to penalties as well.
Yeah, we don't write the script. I want to be clear on that. How it happens is how it happens.
There is an RB Leipzig player still in the tournament. Let's have a breather for a second.
And Yilmaz has really changed the dynamic of this matchup. For the majority of the game, you always said Manu Bashir, not only was he in control, but he looked more likely. He was going to add to his lead. Maybe up to about the 70th minute. The Musiala comes in, a corner kick is scored, overlapping runs. You now have this flair and this innovative nature, not nurture. New attacking options. Disrupted everything. Maybe make Manu think about it a little bit more.
Back underway. 360 minutes on the clock. Winner goes to Saudi Arabia. Guarantees themselves $15,000 minimum. And a spot in that top 16. Emre Yilmaz dispossessed. Or I should say in possession now. Of course, he's the player in the white strip from left to right with one of these chances. Is Hernandez onside? He is. Cuts it back. R9 and Mbappe, step over exit. Has he got enough to get around the fellow French defender? Ball roll scoop back inside. And then survives again.
It's got to be said, good defense there from Manu Bashir. Doesn't dive in, doesn't overcommit. Waits for the cut inside. The ball roll wasn't enough for separation. Theo Hernandez able to put his body.
I think we're going there. Added time of 1 minute. Or not. Manu, what have you got? Have you got a match winner to send yourself to an Esports World Cup? No, he hasn't. Penalties to decide a spot at the Esports World Cup later this year in Saudi Arabia. Manu Bashir against Emre Yilmaz. And it's Manu Bashir to step up first with Erling Haaland, who does score. Over to you, Emre Yilmaz. It's your turn to step up. Haaland from the spot does score.
Right down central. Vitinha. Ooh! And it's guessed right. Yilmaz takes an advantage, or can take an advantage. Also Vitinha. Oh.
Slight advantage in the way of Emre Yilmaz. Manu Bashir, it's back to you, my friend. Does score, but still not in the lead in this shootout. Needs to save this one with Vinicius Jr. He steps up, perfect pens.
And Manu Bashir has to convert. Can't miss here. Does he have the ice in the veins? He does. Great finish, side netting. This is the moment. Yilmaz adds to it, or do we have a switch up? We do. Stay central.
Into round 5. Manu Bashir with his solid steps up.
Oh!
Emre Yilmaz, you score and you're on your way to an Esports World Cup. Up steps De Bruyne, he does score. And it will be Emre Yilmaz that will be the first player here from DreamHack Dallas to book a spot in the Esports World Cup Grand Finals, a $1 million FC24 tournament. He will be there. He will be on the plane. And it is heartbreak for Manu Bashir. It went to a penalty shootout. It's a flip of a coin. It's a lottery.
And if you're Manu Bashir, it hurts a little bit because you're up 3-1. Deep into the second half. You might have already been thinking about this celebration. You got Yilmaz signing his name, making it official. I don't know about the the signature.
Was he told to do a signature or to write his game attack? Emre, there he is. The way to do it here with the Esports World Cup. They sign their way into the Esports World Cup finals. Emre Yilmaz is there. Manu Bashir will still get a second bite at it later on today. Let's not forget that. Anyway, enough from me and Mike. What a round of action that is. We're going to go ahead right to the stage now of Case, who is joined by the next player qualified for the Esports World Cup.
Yes, from 152 to 2. You are one of those two. How does it feel to book your spot to the Esports World Cup?
Yeah, unbelievable. This was a tournament that I didn't expect to be top 2. I think it's very important to play the World Cup in Saudi. It was a high objective. So I'm very happy to win on penalties.
Now, it has to be bittersweet taking out your teammate Manu, but his journey is not over. He goes down into that loser's bracket. Do you hope that he makes his way back up to that final with you?
Yeah, of course. I hope that he wins and he also comes to Saudi. He's, I think I didn't deserve this win. He was way better than me. But yeah, I hope he wins, and I think he wins the loser bracket.
Now, you did lock in that spot to get you over to the Esports World Cup, but will we still see you in Sweden? There is more prize money on the line.
Yeah, I'm going to Sweden also because it's also good practice and prize money. So I will be heading to Sweden also.
You have locked in a minimum of $15,000. This next game will determine if you get that 25K. But is the pressure kind of off now that you got that spot? The prize money is just an added bonus?
Yeah, of course, the pressure is off. I don't think about the money just to reach the World Cup. So I want to win the final, but not of the money.
All right, Emre, well, massive congratulations. You have locked in one of those spots. We will see you in Saudi Arabia. Send it back to you, FG.
Yes, thank you very much, and a massive congratulations to that man, Emre Yilmaz. And we're watching the highlights on the screen. What a performance, what a game. And Manu Bashore played his part in an all-team Hullet match as we're watching the highlights in a game which ended up in a penalty shootout. What a cruel way to lose, but what a good way to win for Emre. We've seen the Erling Haaland nod downs all weekend, but on this occasion it was Erling Haaland putting it in the back of the net with his feet. And then there was an Erling Haaland header, as we've seen all throughout. The goal scoring wasn't done. Kylian Mbappe left foot, and you see the emotion. And here we are in the penalty shootout, and this was the moment where Emre booked his place to Riyadh for the E-World Cup. Joining me back on the host desk is Casey, and also a very, very special guest, Levi David. Levi, welcome. You've just watched Emre and Manu playing together in the final. What did you make of that?
Yeah, crazy. I feel for Manu, to be honest, because I think he was way better in this game. They played in the Champions League as well. Then Emre also beat Manu. And to lose like this is pretty tough. Also because he's going to face Umut or Gibaros now. He already played Umut. So for me, I hope he faces Gibaros, because it's always hard to play someone again, which you've already been beaten. And I don't know, you saw Emre's interview, he was like he didn't know what to say. He also was like feeling sorry, I think, for Manu. I hope Manu can like wrap himself up again, and yeah, because this way, like, to lose the World Cup game like that is cruel actually, but I know he's capable of winning again. For me, I'm also happy for Emre, of course. Now I'm just talking about Manu. I'm really happy for Emre. He doesn't even look happy himself, but I know he is. Yeah, quite a tough game. I think Emre was not good at all. And then he scores 2 corners. Yeah, just signature moves, and gets into the game just by that. It's so hard to play. If you play against a player like Emre, who's so good attacking wise, and Manu just gave him maybe like 1 or 2 chances the whole game. Then he scores 2 corners. Manu was like raging. This is the first time I've seen it like that, because I know he's thinking, I don't give him any chances, and he still scores 2 just out of nowhere. That's just tough.
That's just how the game is, but I'm sure it must be difficult to go against a teammate, to go against a friend. You've done it before. How do you prepare yourself mentally going into a game like that?
Yeah, obviously we were just joking around before. Like, we were sitting like with the 3 of us, and they were like saying, Manu was saying to Emre, please, you can go into the loser bracket, you will beat them, and the other way around. And on the other hand, it's like you are even more sharp, because you know Jelle is sitting there, Renzo's on the other hand, they're coaching each other, and yeah, we all know each other like very well, so it's obviously really tough, but I know for Emre it also feels even better, because it's like quite a rivalry still. Like, we're not talking about it that much, but obviously you don't want to lose against your teammates. Now I was out already, I of course hope that they win, but if I face them, I don't want to lose.
Yeah, of course. Now, Manu, of course, did face Emre a couple of days ago, actually, at the Champions League. Do you think that game played a part in anything, or will he be thinking about that now? Of course, he was so close, and like you said, he played really, really well, and he still has an opportunity to go to Riyadh.
Yeah, of course he still has opportunity. Talking about the game from the Champions League, I think it was actually in Emre's head, because I think he thought like, I beat him at the Champions League, he will probably beat me now. He started off like pretty poor, I think a bit nervous as well. Manu just was better like all game, and I didn't see Emre play this level in any game. I think every game he played this tournament was better than this, but yeah, he still managed to win. So that's when you become a champion. If you play bad and still win, yeah, insane.
Now, Levi, your journey might be done in this competition here in Dallas, but you do have Sweden right around the corner. Is there anything that you learned from this competition here that you'll take over to Sweden?
Actually, a good question. What did I learn? Obviously, I'm watching now. I watched yesterday as well. I don't know. Everybody just looks like plays the same way, but there are just small margins. Like for example, Gibaros, I watched him play a lot now, and he plays different. I think that's maybe because he's from South America, and we see obviously Bonanno and Nico also from South America, but it's still different because they are competing in Europe. And Gibaros has like quite different playstyle, so I learned a lot from him. He's so direct, and I think in Europe we are like maybe more thinking about the game, like playing it smart. So like I think if I can be able to mix those things up, then I will be there to get a spot in Sweden.
Let's talk about that Sweden tournament then, because it's a lot of a bigger tournament. There are more spots available, but there's also a lot more players. You've seen the setup here in Dallas. You've had an opportunity to play in a probably similar surroundings of what you're going to do. I want to ask you about that area right there, which is so different to the places that you've been playing all season.
Yeah, obviously, like everybody's so close together. You just hear people screaming all the time next to you. When we played like the Pro Open, it was not like that. I was just sitting face to face with my opponent most of the times. That was it. So it's obviously different. But for me, it played good. Like I didn't even play bad. I didn't even play good myself, but I don't have any excuses because the gameplay was just good for me. And I think I've talked with other players. They were like really positive about the vibes, and like the organization has been well. So I'm looking forward to Sweden for sure.
Now we do know that Emre is taking one of those spots, but there will be one more game in that upper bracket. Who do you think is going to go back up and go up against Emre?
That's an easy question for me. I'm always backing Manu, although I know it's going to be very tough for him.
Do you think he could beat him in the upper bracket and reset it?
Ooh, that's a tough question. I think Emre will go all the way then. Also because like Manu had the better. Now I'm talking about if they play each other again. Manu was better in that game and he still didn't win. So the chance Emre is gonna play that level again isn't that high. And yeah, I don't know. It's just tough to beat him. Emre twice. Maybe Manu can win the first game. I think Emre will win the tournament. But in the end, the most important thing are the 2 spots. Emre got one, and I'm hoping Manu gets a second.
Let's talk about Manu a little bit then, because the start of the year was a little bit difficult for him, but he seems to have reignited himself. He's playing at a really good level. He's just so unlucky because he just keeps coming up against Emre in these situations.
Yeah, it's tough. Manu had obviously the start he didn't want at the Pro Open, but that shows his mental capabilities, I think, because he was fighting back and now he's at the top again, maybe like the most informed player, I would say. If I play against him or watch him, I think he's like at least top 3 at the moment. And I think he will show that. He will go and beat either Gibaros or Umut, is what I believe. And yeah, he's like, especially mental, he's so strong. And I know he is probably backstage now, I don't know where, talking with Renzo. Renzo is hyping him up again and they will do the job.
Listen, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on the hostess. What's the plan for the next few days, few weeks? Is it just practice now until Sweden or a bit of rest?
Nah, exactly what you say. I'm flying back tomorrow, then on Wednesday practice starts again, I think. No time to lose.
Yeah, well, listen, all the best. Thank you for joining us. Great to see you here. Let's take a look at the results then from the last round of fixtures. We've already seen that match, that penalty shootout. I don't know why it says 34, but it was a penalty shootout anyway. And we also saw that Umut went through, as did Gibaros, beating Matti Bonanno of Man City Esports 6-2, which means the 2 winners of the lower quarterfinal, Casey, face each other, Umut and Gibaros. We've seen the prediction from Levy saying that he thinks Manu's going to beat him either way. How do you see this next lower going?
It's an interesting one, right? Because Gibaros is one of those players that is unexpected. He's coming from South America. He has a very different play style coming into this, and I think he shocks a lot of people. I don't think anyone expected the scoreline against Bonanno to be 6-2, and I don't think Bonanno expected that either. And so he could come into this game against Umut and absolutely surprise him. But again, Umut is a world champion. He's coming here. He's been in these type of situations before, and so he definitely will not make it easy. But only one of them will be able to potentially go back up to that upper bracket and hope for a reset.
Yeah, absolutely. The bracket reset, of course, is important, but also the realistic thing is the final 2, no matter what happens, will get the spot at Riyadh. We already know that Emre Yilmaz is there. He is in the grand final, and it's simply a case of the lower semi, the lower final. That lower final is essentially a playoff to go to Riyadh, and Manu Bashoure is already there. He still has an opportunity to make it to Riyadh, but in his way will be Umut or Gibaros. And we can see the live images right now of our players. There is Umut, the man who is in such good form. He has moments in games where he concedes goals and you think, oh, this could get away from him, but he has some form of pedigree when he plays FC 24. where he's always there or thereabouts.
Yeah, it seems like some of these matches he doesn't make it easy on himself, but at the end of the day, he does finish on top, and that is why he's in this position and he's made it this far. Because at the end of the day, we have to remember, he topped his group to get to today, and so he's had to get through so many top-tier competitors to get to this spot in the competition. And he might be in the lower bracket, which does mean if he loses, he is going home, but he has gotten through so much tough competition to be in this spot.
He absolutely has, and we're about a minute and a half away from the next round of fixtures. Gio Barros, on the other hand, we've just seen a dominant performance for him, knocking out Mati Bonanno, and it was so convincing.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. A lot of players coming in from South America, you don't get to see them on other broadcasts. You might see them on the E Libertadores. I got to see him compete there, and he's a fantastic attacking competitor, kind of relentless in his attack, and so I think he surprises a lot of players when they're going up against him, when they're so used to the European gameplay. And I really do enjoy watching him play, and I'm actually very happy to see different regions come in here and succeed, because a lot of the times only a couple regions are being dominant, but Guy Barros is fighting out here for South America, and I love it.
He is fighting out here for South America. There are so many good players here, but we are honestly really close to determining who the final two from Dallas are going to make to the E-World Cup, and what an achievement it would be.
Yes, what an achievement. And they have been fighting for the past couple days. The mental stamina that you have to stay on top of your game for 3 long days of competition has to be so difficult. But as you see, the people that have made it here, they have the best mental capacity, and they're able to compete at the highest levels for 9-minute halves, which again is very long for those of you that have not played those before. And so it's just the top tier competitors making it through.
9 minutes halves means that you've got to concentrate for a very long time, Casey. And I'm not sure about you, but I simply cannot concentrate for that long.
Oh no, I'm playing Ultimate Team, and I'm done at halftime, and that's not even 9-minute halves. So power to them. That's why we are sitting here at the broadcast booth, and they're sitting in the actual chairs playing the game. But they're just so great. Yeah,
absolutely. They're great to watch, and it'll be really interesting to see what the people watching at home think. The games are starting up now, so we're going to head to our commentary team, and there's rumours that Mike and Brandon have got a very special guest to join them, so we'll see them soon.
Thank you, FG and Case. Yes, this is our next round in the lower bracket. We just had a chance to breathe, Mike, after a penalty shootout. Crazy ending there where we just saw Emre Yilmaz take one of the spots to Saudi Arabia. But we have got a special guest. Mentioned we've got one. It's a world champion. There's your first guess.
From the same country as you. There's your second.
There's your second guess.
Second clue.
And he joins us now live on the broadcast. Spencer Ealing, aka Gorilla. Welcome to DreamHack Dallas. How are you, mate?
I'm good. I am good. I'm looking forward to this game. It should be a good one.
I have to sort of, speak about the elephant in the room. What happened yesterday? Obviously, we know you came here and travelled. It was a long old travel for you as well. You were telling me that you had a few issues getting here into Dallas. Yesterday in the open bracket, obviously you had a difficult road there. What happened? I saw you said you lost on penalties.
Yeah, so I had a neat first game. It was always going to be a tough one. I thought I played really well. Went into the loser bracket, and I beat Levy my first game, and then I unfortunately lost in penalties to Shadow. But penalties is 50-50, and it just wasn't on my side.
Speaking a bit with Mike as well before we came on broadcast, how much have you enjoyed this setup at DreamHack? It's pretty old school, isn't it? We haven't really seen an event like this for a long time.
I've really enjoyed it. It's kind of like a throwback to years ago. You got the setups over there, and everyone just being here in their close quarters, and I enjoyed it. It was more of an authentic feeling.
You almost feel the environment a little bit, like when somebody pops off and they're next to you, or there's a little bit of a huddle of different players. And then I've noticed something that I personally really liked is that the entire community have stuck around for all the games. Whether they played well, they didn't play well, they want to see what's going to happen, and you can kind of see that if you look at the audience. It's all the competitors.
Yeah, you got everyone cheering, screaming, all the emotions, and everyone supporting. Everyone's just around, and it's just the feeling is, can't really explain it, but I've really enjoyed it. Even obviously I lost, but no, it's been a good time.
Well, what is going on the back there for a split second? This is Umit against Gabaros. Winner, of course, will be playing the winner. Chance early doors. Umit has to score that one. He will. Remember, he won a penalty shootout not that long ago, just against Bryce. What I wanted to say, sorry, is the winner is served up with a treat of playing Manny Bishore in the ultimate game that will qualify you for the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, and if you're Manny Bishore, we touched on it a little bit. I think he outplayed Yilmaz for the majority of that game as well, and Yilmaz was able to, of course, get the equalizer And then extra time was pretty cagey, and we saw the penalty kicks. And to Gorilla's point, I'd say it's a bit of a crapshoot anytime you're in that situation.
How have you made as well the squad build for you coming into this? Did you know what you wanted your 11 to look like? Did it change? Did you see other people's teams? And I mean, don't get me wrong. Hello,
Ooh.
penalty. We'll talk more of that in a second. This has been an action-packed start. 8 minutes in. Amit, who just won on penalties. Has he got it from the spot this time with Mbappe? Yes, he has. It's perfect. What a start. 1-1, 8 minutes in. But as I was saying, your squad, how did it look overall? Was there any interesting picks in there? Anyone from home that you brought sort of to Dallas?
Well, before I came to the event, I had 8 out of the 11 solidified in the team, and one of them was Neymar, but he wasn't on the account, so I had to make a last-minute decision. But I think it was more the centre-back and the right-back, because obviously Haaland, you have to try and stop it. So 8 out of the 11 I was confident with, but it was just a last-minute change once I got here and seeing who people were using to try and defend the crosses.
It's been a main discussion point for us as well, because with the fullbacks, you can obviously go with better attackers, but they're going to be smaller. They're going to be undersized. Or we're seeing the likes of, I've seen Konate out there, I've seen Araujo, I've seen Rudiger, I've seen Ruud Gullit, I've seen Jude Bellingham. Players that I never would have expected to kind of be pushed out to a fullback role.
Yeah, I think I always like my right back to be good on the ball, but then everyone puts Haaland on that side, so it's kind of, what do you want? Do you want to have better attack or have a better chance of stopping Haaland in the air? So I just went for Rudiger, but every time I had the ball with him, I wasn't comfortable.
Chance to break away here a bit on the counter-attack. Oh no, and if he can get round, speaking of Rudiger, show him what he's all about once again.
And I keep talking about, but that's an Umit staple, really, where he looks to trigger a runner, goes for a midfield pass, first time over the top.
Mbappe, Vitinha. Step overs are nice from Gabarros. Been one of the few players, Gritter, which Gabarros has sort of brought out a couple of skill moves in the final third. It's always nice to see.
I love seeing it, and it's always unpredictable because I feel like a lot of players in the final third do similar things, but once you start throwing in skill moves, it's it can perform results, and as a defender defending it's not nice.
We're going to talk more about the right-back situation. Bellingham in at right-back for Umit there. Do I dare to ask, Grill, how many corners you conceded the last day? How many was it?
Please don't. I think maybe about 3 or 4, but I was in a three-goal lead, and I think I conceded 1 or 2, and it's demoralising. But I also scored my fair share as well.
So did you score more than you conceded or not?
No, I conceded more.
Chance the Brown counter-attack as well here. Back post could be available. Haaland sort of want him in the box. He's been pulled out on this left-hand side. Does very well, though. He sold 2 or 3 players. Bit of a dream there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, one of the disadvantages of Haaland is typically hold-up plays okay initially. You get the knockdowns, of course. But if you have to start dribbling or you go into the skills and you're looking for some of those packages or cancellations, it's not really in his locker. Even the passing, at least for me, he doesn't feel nearly as good as some of the other attackers. He's done really well there to turn defenders and to reopen up some space.
Bellingham all the way from right back. Seems like the ultimate player that can stop some of the aerial presence. Shot blocked, 22 minutes in here. Umit pulling away, giving Gabarros a really difficult game so far. Player locks all being queued. Which one will be used? It'll be the Haaland one. Oh, he went for the power shot. He completely miskicked the ball.
Got a corner.
Would you say there was any surprises for you from this DreamHack Dallas qualifier? Maybe players that you expected to still be in?
I think it's always the case with tournaments. You obviously have the big names, but the thing is, when you come to a tournament like this and there's so many players, you're always going to have surprises. But you just got to take every game serious. But, when it's a double elimination bracket from the start and you don't start off well, with the meta as it is right now, it's sometimes you can just slip up and you're out before you know it.
Corner, that one played short. Barra still in possession.
Just probing here, looking for any sort of spacing. It's also a good example of why we're not seeing short corners. Gaberos had to work so hard and didn't even get a penetrating pass there. Didn't make an opportunity where you could kind of take the direct approach with Holland or even Olivier Giroud, or if you had Cristiano on or Sorloff or one of your large target players. Even if it doesn't go your way, assuming the keeper doesn't hold it, you at least get a second bite of the cherry. Maybe you get another corner kick.
I am surprised he hasn't crossed it in near post, especially with the amount of goals you've seen in this tournament, but if it works for him.
Musiala needs to be a hero.
Oh.
That's 2 or 3 times now. He's just red timed those shots in those areas.
You can't be doing that.
He will get another bite at it though. Another corner to be played in. Lofted at the back post, 2 hands on it. Just looking for your bracket yesterday, Gorilla. Obviously, he played against Neat first game. No, he lost by a goal.
I was 3 goals up as well.
What minute was that?
I think it was early second half, maybe like 50, 60th minute, but he's a good player, and the thing with Neat is his attacking. If you give him 1 goal, you're on the back foot, but I thought I played well, just didn't get the result.
He's one of the few players as well, reminds you of you sort of back in the day as well, Gorilla, just so flary.
Yeah, he's unpredictable on the attack. He can do one thing, and the next thing he's got free defence without you realising.
Did it give you a bit of confidence as well when you beat Levy in the lower bracket? He just was runner-up in the Champions League a few days ago. You beat him 7-3.
Exactly. Before coming to this event, I saw my bracket, and obviously I seen Neat and I seen Levy, but I saw Levy before he done so well at the ECL, so I was coming into it knowing it's going to be tough. But after the result, it's not necessarily about the result, it's how I played, and I think it's going to give me confidence for Sweden in a few weeks' time.
So far, so good here, Mike, for Umut. 2-0 up. Doesn't have to deal with a great deal until maybe this chance here with Cruyff again. Recovers well and defends. And manages all the pressure. Could be on for a third. R9 cut back to Haaland. Is it 3? No, it's a corner.
It's lovely with the skill inclusion, just getting a little bit of a lane of space.
Corner, front post, flick on!
Oh!
And Van der Sar has just parried it into his own goal. I think especially right now in this meta, that's why you need like a 2 or 3 goal lead minimum every game, because you're going to concede a corner.
Well, this is the thing, it's 3-0 to Umut right now, but because it's 9-minute halves, genuinely, Barros still has a chance in this game. But you saw from that corner, Umut changed the direction of the actual cross, so it's more flat. So his defender and the goalkeeper had no chance, and obviously it worked out for him.
I don't know if you caught the game yesterday with Umut when he went up against Young, but to your point, he was up 6-0, and it ended 6-5. And Young had time. He actually had plenty of time to get that last goal. It was almost final 10 minutes. I think he got the 5th goal in like the 78th, 79th.
Well, as it stands, it'll be a battle between 2 world champions. Umut against Manu Bishore for a spot in Riyadh, the Esports World Cup.
And we've said it, but that just credits to the level of competition that's here. People that flew in. I was talking to Gorilla just before we came up here, saying I'm kind of surprised because it's such a commitment for the amount of spots to make all these flights, knowing that really it's less than 1%. That can actually achieve the goal of getting into the Esports World Cup. But it was still worth it for everyone.
It's competition. I think everyone wants competition. There's only the 2 spots, but, compared to FIFA, it's, even for me, I've been doing it for 8-9 years now. I still want to do it.
Virgil van Dijk. It's probably a little bit of FOMO as well, Gorilla, for the players that didn't come out here. 256 players, all in that LAN environment that, as you said, we just haven't seen. Such a long time. Last chance of the half. Barros has really struggled to get anything going. Dispossessed, Musiala. Nowhere around that time, and that will do us for half time. I mean, it's been a pretty decent half for him here, Gorilla. He's not really been challenged a great deal. There's been a few moments where Barros has got in the right areas, but just missed those timing of the shots, missed the the small minorities.
Yeah, it was a good first half from him, but you know, if Barros gets the first goal, second half, anything can happen.
Well, a couple of words. Wisdom going on there from Ferminator, who has said he's been part of this RB Leipzig team between Anders and Umit.
Somewhat of a straightforward half as well. We had a couple half chances maybe from Giberos. You had the missed time finish. I don't think Umit would change anything. We saw, of course, the near post corner kick. He's up 3-0. If anything, he wants it to look a lot of the same. There wasn't a lot of energy in the room. I didn't feel a bunch of pressure. And I'm surprised because Giberos has been so good throughout this tournament, and something he's done so well is really putting players in uncomfortable situations.
Well, early start.
Could have been number 4.
Could have been 4 already. Corner comes in. I'm assuming you are going to be in Sweden.
I am indeed.
How does the preparation look for that coming into it? Because it's double the players there, more the chances. Is Cruyff needs to score this one, still calm.
Well, for this tournament, I know it sounds silly, but I didn't take it that serious. But then I think I played better because there's less pressure and can just play free. So I think it's going to be more the same for Sweden. Now I have confidence of playing some top players in my bracket. So I'm just going to take that into Sweden and see what I can do.
Reverse Elastico, he needed something. Sort of struggled to really show that flary side of his game.
It's been a long time coming. I'm saying the first half was rather flat. If you're a Giberos fan, you're saying, where's some of the razzle-dazzle? Where are all the skills or the cancellations? Give us some opportunities. Give us some pressure play. Shake this up a little bit. Give us some of that South American flair.
I guess in a nice way, it sort of takes you back to the game against Nick yesterday. You're 3-0 up in this moment. You can see one goal. What do you think at that point?
Well, you
that
think
seed of doubt, or is it just the opponent's just got all this confidence now?
I think it's because it's so soon in the second half, the first 5 minutes. I think Barros now is going to have a bit more confidence that he can score. But I think he has to try and take advantage of corners. You know, as you've seen, Umut scored one. It's kind of like a free goal if you get it correct. So now, still loads of times. It's 9-minute half, so it's a bit slower to tick down. And this next goal is going to be really important because if Umut gets it, it's going to be hard to bring the game back.
Chance to break away for Gabaros. Ball roll scoops out inside. Pull it from distance. Things down to the goalies. You have got a question for Gorilla. Let us know. We have got the Twitch chat open. We'll be happy to ask a few questions. Someone did ask in the chat, why does CR7 not start?
There's just many better options. I think Ronaldo's big threat is he has 5-star skill moves and really good in the air. However, Haaland is just a little bit better in the air. So I think it comes down to, if there was no Haaland, you'd see Ronaldo.
Speaking of Haaland, they're on the build-up. Remember, winner plays Manabishore in the next round today. And whoever wins that qualifies for Riyadh in the Esports World Cup.
It looks like the halftime team talk worked as well for Giberos. He's just looking a little more active on the ball, even defensively, a little more risk. We're seeing some double teams, some teammate contain.
Since that goal's gone in for him, been a lot better in the final third.
In the first half, I couldn't see a vision of him potentially making a comeback or even really scoring goals. It's just been a little bit of a different energy.
Chance to Bray. That's really well done there from Umit. R9, he's going to be onside. He's got loads of time. Is it a fourth? It is for Umit.
And it's time, Green. And we talk about it again. He sets it up so nicely. It's a little give and go, but he waits for it, hits it first time, catches the back line flat. It almost looks like he's offside because of how well timed the over-the-top ball is. And then he doesn't even have to sprint forward. He can really take his time, line it up. The goalkeeper going to go this way. Is he going to scoot that way? Does he stay put? And you got to make sure you make the right decision. But it helps having the extra maybe second and a half, 2 seconds to kind of line it up.
How difficult is it as well, Grilla, when you get into those moments sometimes and you've just got too much time in your mind? You're thinking, you're overthinking. Is it? What do? You're waiting for the goalkeeper to move, then you make your decision, or?
Well, in that situation when he had Ronaldo one-on-one, he got a good touch initially, but then you saw Rudiger was getting close by. So I think it depends. If you are one-on-one, you have a lot of time. Normally I try and wait for the goalkeeper because they're either going to move him or bring the goalkeeper up. But normally you got to try and just stick to what you know. And the main thing is you have to green it. You have to.
3-goal gap. As we said, this would start Manu Bishore against Umit. In a lower bracket final where whoever wins that qualifies for the Esports World Cup. Then there'll be a grand final, just a cash match really, between Emre Yilmaz plus whoever wins that game.
Gorilla, you talked about expectation and pressure and how you were a little more relieved kind of coming into this. Have you felt that more over the last couple of years as you've done more with content and then less as, you know, we've been a part of the same era of every single tournament you were the main guy to watch at all times? As we see a goal here from Holland on the back post, extending the lead and probably sending this off for Giberos.
Well, you know, when I won the World Cup, that was 2017, so that was a long time ago. But there's not really been loads of pressure, but it's kind of have that expectation on myself to win every single game, whether that's at home playing weekend league or at a tournament against the big players. But for this tournament, because it's only 2 spots out of 256 players, I just came in with a bit more of a relaxed mentality. And I feel like when I have that mentality, I can just play free, like do anything I want. And normally, if I'm kind of overthinking it, I play too passive. I'm scared to lose the ball. Whereas this tournament, I was just playing free. So if I can have the same thought process going forward for Sweden, you know, I've played against Neat, I played against Levin. I thought I played really well. That was my main thing coming into this one. Let's see how I can perform, and hopefully going into Sweden, that's the same case and take one of the spots.
I mean, I even throw it back to, I remember the 14, 15, and 16 days where...
Good old days.
Oh, man, no one could deal. I just remember when you kind of burst onto the scene and there'd just be thrashings. You're throwing it back to like the Gfinity events.
Why do you think you were so good back then? Just mechanically, everything on top.
I think the game just suited me to a T, where I could just come on, play the game, and I didn't have to think about it because the way I was attacking, it just felt so natural to me. And I just think I played the game so much, like every single day I was on it. And I just think I was ahead of everyone. And just when you have a game that comes out every year, you just got to hope sometimes it fits more naturally than others, like the meta. And I think for FIFA 15 and 16, it was just to a T.
I also think you started, at that time, if you recall, everyone was very much so being careful, holding the ball, limiting their opportunities.
Possession, yeah.
Yeah, but then you came on and it was more challenging people to outthink you in 50-50s. It was a little more dangerous. It was organized like chaos. There was a lot of havoc. There's a lot happening on, and it was kind of like, if you can outscore me, so be it. But that was a big shift. You know, I was competing in those years as well. And that period, I had to rethink how I wanted to play the game because obviously you were winning everything. And I was like, what is this style? It's so different than what we had seen previous.
Well, I remember back then, there was a lot of players playing possession, so it was hard to get the ball back. However, for me, it was like, if my opponent scores 3, I'll score 4. I wasn't really too worried about defending, and I think it just paid off, and I think I just changed things up a little bit.
Chance. Haaland, 6. There's a time that he's really starting to find his feet here in these performances as well. What a time to do it.
Yeah, Umit mentally, I think, is checked out at this point. He's added to the lead. It's not going to be possible. We've got a 5-goal spread. And you should give still a lot of credit to Giberos. This matchup might have not gone well for him, but he's played amazing throughout the weekend. I mean, the players that he's knocked out, the run that he's had, you have to fight through these lower brackets, which that alone, before you even get started, especially if you go into the lower bracket quickly or early, you know what it looks like, how many games to kind of get you back into the conversation.
Commiserations to Gabaris, as we said. We'll still see him in the FC Pro World Championships later on this year. Of course, with that top 2 finish in, Brazil did enough to qualify for that event there. Power shot comes in, still a player in the way. How hard is it, do you think, for these players as well, Grilla, that are getting even more close? Like you're two wins away from an Esports World Cup, and you've worked so hard all weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it is tough, but oh, that's a good save.
7-1.
But I think with Barros, though, I think he's played against a lot of top players. Obviously, as you said, he really got the top 2, so he's at the World Cup. But if he is going to go to Sweden, he'll have a lot of confidence, I think, from this tournament.
And at least in his case as well, everyone that we saw compete today is in the money. So you would have been able to recoup some funds and maybe reinvest into Sweden, depending where you finish.
I think he'll be happy with his performance. Obviously, this loss is not going to be... It's not really the best for him, but, you know, he's done really well. He's beaten some top players. And going forward, I think it'll benefit him.
And I don't think Umit could be more relieved. I don't know if he could handle another penalty kick, back and forth, extra time, exchange of goals.
As we said, straight after this one, another Esports World Cup qualification game follows. Umit against Manibishore. He's even timing him green, and he still can't find a way past Czech.
We should say as well, Giberos will walk away with $8,000 as well for a 4th place finish. So not only respectable in terms of the placement, building in confidence, another achievement or accolade to add on to the long list this year in particular, but $8,000 can definitely take you to Sweden if you choose. Maybe even a last chance qualifier, depending how that finalizes. As you see another goal added on, power shot, why not? Left foot, of course. Holland, the guy.
And a trophy as well on your PlayStation with that too. Does that mean like maybe 100 power shots? I don't know. 8-1. Umit, he's looking dangerous. And this could be a really big game for him as well, because for the last, I think, 2 or 3 seasons for Umit, he's lost in the ultimate World Cup qualification matchups. Of course, in the standard FC season and now this bonus esports structure. I really hope this time maybe he can try and turn it around.
And it's wild saying this, but as a world champion, I still think he's sometimes overshadowed in recent years because of Vergang being there with Anders.
That's the thing. Like, almost one of the best players, but it's people always look at it like in the moment. Like, Umit is still one of the best, but as you said, Anders and other players like that.
Well, he's also Umit at this moment is more accomplished than Anders. If we're just looking at results in tournaments and what you've already achieved, you can go through everything with the Bundesliga or the virtual Bundesliga. You talk about all these different tournaments. He qualifies for almost everything. We just kind of grew up in the period where online you're seeing Anders. And he's building that type of momentum and a lot of social media. But when it comes to competitive play, even though he's had a lot of success, Umit's still got a better achievement list or accolade list as it is present day. And I think a lot of people forget about that.
I'm looking forward to this next game, though. Umit versus Bashor is going to be a good one.
Oh, he's not letting up.
Flicked on to the bar, was about to come 9. Well, Gorilla, thank you so much for your time, my friend.
No worries.
And
Thank you for having
safe
me on.
travels back to the UK. We look forward to seeing you in Sweden in a few weeks' time.
I'll see you there. Thank you.
That was the words there of 2017 world champion Gorilla, who will be competing in Sweden in just under 2 weeks' time. It's crazy to think in that 256, Mike, how many world champions we actually do have.
Well, once we got into Sunday, I'm just looking at the players, the names, the accomplishments, the accolades. I'm pulling up all these past achievements. I'm saying more than half world champions. And that's what we talk about. Is there really that much room for some of these new guys? We said there'd be a few that made it to Sunday. They did, but they didn't make a run.
They didn't push through, did they? Push through the filter of the next level of talent. Commiserations to Gabaros. We'll see him, as we said, in the FC Pro Open, maybe in Sweden. Still had a fantastic year. I know it's a top 4. There won't be much to him now, but it should in a few weeks' time. But Umit is firing. 8-1. He'll be playing against Manibishore straight after this. Winner of that qualifies for the Esports World Cup. And that will do us there. Full-time result. Congratulations to Umit. He will go through to the ultimate game now in DreamHack Dallas, the biggest one, Mike, of the whole weekend.
And probably the most pressure you could have. I mean, it's so all or nothing. Yes, third place, you walk away with some money. But for the rest of your competitive year, you're probably going to be thinking about, I was just one game away. Or I was just this penalty kick, or I was just this moment. Or if I played a little bit better in the first half, or a little bit better in the second half. It's going to sit with you, naturally. And then online, they're going to remind you. Social media, remember, you were there.
20 shots registered in that game from a really strong performance. He's had a really long day as well. Came off the back of a 6-6 extra time penalty shootout win. And then out of nowhere, pulls out an 8-1 victory. Now there's only 3 players that remain here in DreamHack Dallas. Emre Yilmaz, who's qualified for the Esports World Cup. He's in the grand final, the Cash Cup final, you can call it. But up next will be Umit taking on Manu Bashir.
Whoa. Wow. What a resounding victory that was for Umit. An 8-1 victory in a game that meant so much, Casey.
So much, especially coming off such a tough match previously. The mental stamina that you need to compete at such a high level and win at that capacity is so difficult, and Umit was able to do it, as you saw the penalty there. Here we have the cross in to Holland. Next up, we did have a 1-goal opportunity, the only one on that side, as we have R9 dribbling down the pitch. Green timed. Here we have Umit header into Holland, green timed again.
It was just relentless, wasn't it, Casey?
It was non-stop.
The last 20 minutes of the game, we saw 3 goals from Umit, and again the Erling Haaland header, which is, we've seen so much this weekend, has put Umit in a position where he is 90 in-game minutes away from a spot at the World Cup in Riyadh, and guaranteed $15,000 at least before playing against Emre Yilmaz, who of course we saw qualify earlier on. What a game against Manu Bashir.
What a game that is, because he's played so many games this weekend as well, and it's not easy competing in these conditions either, and the fact that he's able to do it. But he has one more game in the lower bracket that he has to get through in order to meet Emre in that upper bracket again. But it is against someone who he's already lost to today, 5-1, FG.
Yeah, of course. I mean, at 5-1 before, I don't think it really will matter as much though. But who better to ask than the man that's joining us on the desk right now, Stokes. Stokes, first things first, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. What have you made of the action today?
Yeah, I mean, I love the way that Guy Barros has come onto the scene, and like he's playing. I was such a fan of him. His attacking is like amazing. Obviously disappointing in there, but I think we're set up for a really good last qualifying game.
What do you make of the conditions competing at a LAN like this? Because it's so boots to the ground. You know, you pick up your controller and you just start playing. Do you think that everyone finds it difficult because they're competing in different type of conditions in their leagues, eChampions League? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's definitely an experience, but obviously it's just like a raw competitive kind of like environment. There's lots of shouting, lots of banging on the desk, lots of people getting angry, lots of people. It's just like, I think it's what at core what esports should be, and it's just a really good experience. I'm glad everyone seems to be enjoying themselves, so yeah.
Let's have a word then on Manu Bashir. He just seems to be so close every time. I mean, he played Emre at the Champions League, similar thing happened. He played absolutely brilliant in that last game and lost on penalties. What a cruel way to potentially miss out on a spot at Riyadh. He's now got an extra game. He's got one more game to get himself there, and he's playing a man who's just scored 8 goals in his last game. What do you think he'll be thinking?
I think he'll be confident because he played so well against Emre. I actually think he's really unlucky to lose that, so there's no reason for him to not to be really like confident in himself. He just lost on penalties. He's been playing amazing, so yeah, I think he'll be feeling good.
But we did see a little bit of emotion there from Manu that is kind of unheard of from him.
Yeah.
How do you think these last 25-30 minutes he's spent? Because he has to go back to the drawing board, kind of reset your mentals there. Have you had a situation where you've maybe raged or been a little bit emotional? How do you reset that mindset? Because you have more games to play.
Yeah, it really is just a regain job. It's just to forget about it, try and put it to the back of your mind. You've obviously got more to play, so I think for him, just get back to basics, back to like just playing good FIFA. Don't be angry about it, move on, and he should be good.
How do you do that though? How can you keep your emotions in check when you come? I mean, granted, he's had quite a bit of time to himself right now, but when you come so close, how do you keep your emotions in check? Do you think that's a skill in itself?
Yeah, it definitely is, and I think some people will never get over that. I think some people, it's what holds them back. But knowing Manu, like, he's been playing for years. He's a world champion. You know, he's got the ability to put it behind him and just move on.
I know that we're skipping over one game here, but talking about the final, once that one's done, we have 2 spots in there. Do you think that that's more just a fun game at that point because there's only prize money on the line, or do you think there's still a little bit of added pressure to 2 people in that final game?
Listen, they're going to become a champion at the end of the day. You know, like, obviously the spots are everything, but you can walk away and say you were a champion of 256 of the best players in the world, and it's almost like it's definitely a major tournament, you know, and it's a big accolade, and I think they'll be putting a lot of pressure on themselves to win it once they get there.
And there's of course $10,000 in between both prize monies, which is a lot of money. Let's talk. Let's look ahead for you then, Stokes. This weekend hasn't really gone to plan. You still did well.
Yeah.
DreamHack is coming to Sweden next. Will you be there?
Yeah, no, 100%. I'll be there. I think it's not that I didn't back myself. I always back myself, but I think I knew that in a way this was a trial run because Sweden's got 6 spots. It's a lot kind of more accessible to get to this to get to the World Cup. So I'm happy with my performance. Just got to keep carrying it on. Maybe improve a few things and then be back better for Sweden.
So how are you feeling about the Sweden competition as a whole with more people? Some players are saying that it's actually more difficult competition with mainly all the players coming in from Europe. Do you think it will be more difficult?
It will be more difficult, yeah. You've got the likes of Johnny, who just won the Champions League. You've got people like Fuma, Lex, Keita Diallo, who they're just really, really, really good players, really top players. And then you've got all the other players that didn't want to come out to Dallas, like they might want to go into Europe instead. So there's going to be an amazing people there, and it'll be difficult, but you know you got to beat the best to be there.
A word on the organisation you're with as well, and how much preparation are you going to put into the stuff away from the virtual pitch in terms of looking at the players that you could potentially play against? Do you do much of that with your coach?
Yeah, so obviously at FootWiz we've got our analyst Johnny Mooney. He's very good at getting us prepared for the tournament, so we'll be able to work with him behind the scenes and see what he's got for us.
And straight home, straight to practice, is it?
Well, straight to weekend league on first. Get a few weekend league sessions out of the way, then we'll be back to competitive. Yeah.
Try and get your red picks. What's your best red pick been this year?
Phil Foden.
Oh well,
there we go.
That's a brilliant way. Me and Casey are very happy about that. Stokes, brilliant. Thank you so much for joining us on the host test. We will just have a quick look again at the recap of how things went previously. So we already know that Umut is through to face Manu Bashore in the lower final, an 8-1 victory. 8-1 in a game which meant so much.
Yeah, a game with such high stakes. 8-1 is a massive victory for Umut over Guy Barros, who power to Guy Barros because he was so dominant in the stages leading up to this game. It almost makes me think, are you tired at this point? Like, how are you losing at that capacity? Again, Umut is one of the greatest competitors in this competition, so it was going to be a difficult task to begin with. But honestly, the scoreline did surprise me a bit, FG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Guy Barros has been fantastic all weekend. He was so close, but yet so far away as we look at the bracket. We already know Emre Yilmaz is in that grand final. We already know it's a Cash Cup scenario. Emre Yilmaz is going to Riyadh. He is on the plane to Riyadh, but will his teammate from Team Hullet join him, or will RB Leipzig's Umut be there? Casey, I'm going to ask you, and you know what? You've sat on the fence throughout the day.
I did.
I'm going to ask you for who you think is going to book their spot at Riyadh.
Book the spot for Riyadh. I think it's going to be Manu. I think that he is going to be feeling some type of way about that game versus Emre. I think he's going to have a chip on his shoulder. And it's not going to be an easy one because Umut's going to put up a fight, but I've been very, very impressed with the way that Manu has been playing, especially in that game against Emre, which could have easily gone either way. And I know that he was upset about it, so we'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, this match that you're looking at two of the best players in the world going up against each other, two of the best organisations in the esports going up against each other. And I am going to sit on the fence for this one completely because I can't call it whatsoever. But one thing's for certain that I can say is one of these players will be going to Riyadh, and they will also be guaranteed $15,000, Casey, and that's not bad, is it?
That is not bad at all. To come all the way over from across the world to Dallas in the United States and bring back that cash is very nice. But there's a big difference between first and second place as well. It's $25K versus $15K. And so that last match, which will be after this one, there's a lot on the line as well, even though both players will be sitting pretty with their ticket over to the Esports World Cup. But there's so much more money on the line. At each stage, we get closer to more and more money as well.
And there's so much to lose as well in this situation, which is such such an awful situation for whoever loses this, because they would have been one game away.
So close.
From Riyadh. So close. 256 players started off the weekend, and we are down to our final 3. And the games are just about to get started, so we're going to pass over to our commentary team, Brandon Smith and Mike LaBelle.
Thank you very much, FG and Case. Great to hear there from Stokes as well on the broadcast after coming so close to that top 16 on day 1 of the competition. This is the big one. As we said, 2 world champions going head-to-head. Umit against Manu Bashore for a spot at the Esports World Cup finals in Riyadh later on this summer. A $1 million FC 24 tournament. I mean, this bracket couldn't have ended any better, Mike.
You couldn't write a kind of a better day of a script, or I mean, we talked about it early on with 256. We're saying, I wonder who's going to make a run here. What are we going to see on Sunday? What's that really going to look like? But once you got into maybe the final 8, everyone was as household as it comes. I mean, don't get me wrong, plenty of top-tier players have been eliminated, world champions eliminated, but it was still all names we recognize, which, again, I think says some credit to the difference of playing online and the difference of playing in an LAN event. The pressure. I also talk about mentality a lot, because maybe you have a bad beat, but you have to come back into the fold. You have to recover if you still want to be in the competition, especially with double elimination.
Well, then here we go. Manu Bashore against Umit for a spot at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. A current world champion against the former world champion. Manu Bashore, of course, kicking off with the first real chance in this game. Lost to Emre Yilmaz. That's why he's in this scenario. For Umit, though, he's just come off the back of a ridiculous scoreline. 8-1 win. He's going to be full of confidence.
That's what I was going to say, is your mentality might be a little different. Manu Bashore, in many ways, outplayed Yilmaz in that game. Didn't get the result. FC can be a little cruel. And then Umit, though, he's been building. Remember, he had that penalty kick matchup against Bryce. Back and forth action. He gets a win there. Very decisive. Largest win that we've seen on the day when he goes up against Giberos. That's a good elimination. So if anything, your headspace has to be starting to believe that I'm there, knocking on the door. One more, I'm qualified. And your most recent results are positive results.
$15,000 as well if you do grab an Esports World Cup spot. Chance, half volley, Haaland! It is the current world champion. The breaks the deadlock 7 minutes in.
Maybe it doesn't matter. Lovely build-up. Little mini chip there. Haaland off the bounce. Sets it up. Left peg as per usual. Across the body. Don't know if you can do a lot with goalkeeper movement here. Has a little extra oomph behind it.
Just set up so nicely though, didn't it? Remember though, Emre was 3-1 down against Manu. And then came back to send that into extra time. And penalties, ended on penalties in case you missed it. Only 3 players left here in DreamHack Dallas. Emre Yilmaz is in the grand final of our bracket. That will just be a cash game. He's already qualified for the Esports World Cup.
That said, it's a $10,000 game. It's some serious extra helpings.
Chance to break. This is a lovely build-up. Pele did not know much about that one. Did enough to make the important block there. Had a bit of time as well, Manu, Mike, just to sort of sit back and reflect on that game. I mean, it went to penalties at the end of the day. You replay that game 3 or 4 times, it's potentially a different result every time.
Also going up against your main practice partner, the same coaches. These are the people that you know best in the community. I'm sure he's happy it was a scenario like that comparatively to now. Think if you had a Team Hull versus Team Hull and one of y'all are going home. One of you won't have the opportunity to make the Esports World Cup. It'd be a true elimination game. No second bite of the cherry.
Mateus disguises that one well. Mbappe for 2! It's a perfect start for Manu.
It looks simple, but that extra touch is so important there with Mbappe, because we're always playing this game with the goalkeepers. Are they going to scoot? Are you going to cover the near post, the far post? This little touch that you're seeing kind of on the pause menu there, it gives you that half second to really gauge the goalkeeper. And at this point, Manu up 2-0, 2 chances, 2 goals. Highly efficient.
And Umit's not really been able to get going at all so far in this game.
We have two of the most recognizable coaches in action as well. Maybe the two best to do it. Ferminator, of course, on Umit's side. You got Renzo sitting closely with Team Hullet. I don't know if you're going to see him on screen. It's on the other side of Manu Bachor.
Dispossessed again. This could get potentially worse for Umit. All Manu so far. Just offside is Cafu. And speaking of which, I haven't really seen too much of Cafu.
I was just going to say something worth noting with Manu. He's one of the only competitors that uses two more or less balanced or offensive fullbacks. So you're not going to have a big body type. You've got Teo Hernandez on one, you got Cafu on the other. In theory, the crosses would be open doors.
You know where this one could be headed. Bellingham, the right-back choice of Umit, does well there. To duck and dive a few tackles. Haaland, De Bruyne. That was asking a lot. Flick-on's nice, into R9, wins a corner. Chance for Umit now to have his first corner in this game. Defended well by Virgil van Dijk. Nothing really too much more to say on that attack from Umit. Oh wow, Hernandez showcasing that 99 pace. Needs to delay ever so slightly to bring more numbers into the box. Hullet! I mean, why not? You're playing with percentages there, low percentages.
You don't take your shot, you don't have a chance to score. And again, sometimes I look at these long shots or these distance attempts more or less just to make sure that your opposition knows that you're open to the idea.
Massive switch. Bellingham just about keeps that in play. Lofted in, is it a flick down? It is, Mbappe! Umit pulls one back. Really nicely taken as well there. It was R9 of all people that provided some aerial presence.
Again, in theory here, if we're just looking at matchups, aerial pursuit-wise, even if it is R9 or Mbappe, of course Haaland, you're at a bit of an advantage if you're Umit here, if you can pinpoint or section off either of the fullbacks.
He's had quite the day, Umit. The game that he did lose was against this very player, 5-1 earlier on. That was the player that sent him down into the trenches in the loser bracket after losing to Manu 5-1. He had to play against Bryce, which he beat 7-6, as we said, via the penalty shootout. Then beat Gabaris 8-1. And now it's set this rematch up. But a very different rematch. Esports World Cup ticket on the line. To join Emre Yilmaz, PH, Nathan SR, Web Nasri, chance. Comes in. Out for a corner again. What can we see from Manu from a corner? Easily dealt with that. Tony Cruz, a star in this game for Umit as well. Kai Havertz is his left back. Jude Bellingham is his right back. Can only imagine that's the love that he's had for Tony Cruz in the Champions League tournament that he played.
It's a similar approach with Vitinha that you're also often seeing in the midfield. It's about the play style pluses. That long ball pass, you got ping pass, even anticipate more or less on the defensive end. Very important in the midfield. If you have a center back that has it, the way that players kind of step into space and get those interceptions. Bigger body type than Vitinha as well, so there's a preference point there. If you look at Umit's squad, everyone has solid. They're built. You got Havertz out wide on one end. You got Jude Bellingham as a right back.
I think he's onside here a bit. Can he make the most of this chance?
Oh.
Delayed, he didn't know where to go. It was a massive save from Van der Sar.
I think he's spoiled for choice. Should be a pass across, but I think he was surprised when he turned that he had that much time, he had that much space.
Mbappe could be through. Has he got the legs over Virgil van Dijk? He does. Pulls away. The angle's quite tight. Oh, no! The goalkeeper movement just opened up the goal, and it was an easy tap-in in the end.
And we've been complimenting goalkeeper movement all day, but what a read. He steps up. He's trying to cut out the cross. The cross doesn't come. Manu guesstimates that could be on the docket. Shoots early, aims for the near post. Catches the goalkeeper sleeping, a little out of position. And that one, again, sits with you if you're Umit. Really does, because that's not going in if you don't move the keeper.
You understand why he's moved the goalkeeper. At the same time, fair play to Manu that he's somehow squeezed it through.
We also haven't seen a cross from Manu yet, so maybe you force him to make that cross. Not saying he wouldn't. It's all about adjusting, but just an observation.
Back in front, 3-1. As we said, when they played early today, Manu won 5-1 in the upper bracket. Are we seeing a repeat of that? And are we seeing a rematch of the Team Mullet players? In the final, Mbappe, Manu, hunting for goal number 4. Haaland, there's his flick on, back to De Bruyne. Hullet might fancy a shot from distance, he did.
He thought about it with Kevin De Bruyne as well, lined up nicely for a Trivela angle.
Chance to break, he's onside, keeper's off his line. Umit has to score, he will. Game on again.
And I keep this on repeat, but Umit is the best at it. There's one of the crosses, we call it the German cross, the Umit cross, he'll be whipping that in. Also this setup where he triggers a run, passes it to a midfielder, first time over the top. I'm not saying that he invented it, but he definitely perfected it. And he scores it every single game.
If you find the right player and you give him the right time, Mike, it's a very easy one-on-one. It's not easy one-on-one, but you give it the space to at least have a chance.
And it's more about triggering the runs. Little pass and move. We see this happen even with defenders for Umit. It might be a fullback. It could even be a center back. It sounds like a surprise, but he'll whip in that cross, and that late run, or go over the top, but that late run kind of locks on into it, and it's different spacing. Your opposition is not used to marking those players.
5 goals in the first half here. Still not finished yet. Corner played short, not direct into the box this time from Manu. Thought about a play a lot, once, twice, 3 times. Then gets dispossessed. And actually could give back the last chance of the half.
It wasn't good player lock. I think he had a missed switch in there and couldn't get it back quick enough.
Pull there from Bellingham. Whatever the animation he wanted to perform, it wasn't able to do so. Well, we're heading into half time. Small advantage to Manu Bishore. Could have been on for a double though before the break. Haaland, surely a cut back. No. Must have been offside or something on those lines. Half time here. Manu 3, Umit 2. In the most important game in this competition, winner goes to the Esports World Cup finals.
And I think both players will be okay with this. You might say, are you sure? Umit's down. He's down a goal, but he wasn't great for large portions of that half. But he took the chances when they were available. We had the deep looping, classic over-the-top ball. We had the knockdown. But overall, he didn't seem like the attacker. He just did a good job of being clinical when needed. He could even be 3-all. We're just being transparent here. Remember, Haaland had a turn, not even a burn, but just a turn into space. And he had a lot of time, maybe too much time.
And the key thing is, Mike, we even say about 2 or 3 goal deficits being turned around. There's only 1 goal in it. So much time to be played. Manu, this is perfect. Player lock. Not offside, ran off the pitch, unfortunately. Did Erling Haaland.
Just a little late. That's 2 errors now with the player lock from Manu as well. Good turn from Havertz.
Did very well there, just to pull out.
And to your point, at this level, if you're just hanging around, you're still in the game. So longer halves. You don't have to rush things.
Bellingham, power shot.
Petr Cech scooted out. He might have baited the power shot.
Corner.
Surely direct this time around.
Haven't seen a direct corner going yet from Manu. But I wouldn't count him out for potentially scoring one. In it goes. Van Dijk right. And he is so has defended that one. I tell you what, the space here behind.
Still got work to do.
He's got a delay to bring more players into this one. Or does he go on his own with Varney? Maybe he does. Oh, red timed.
He opened it up. Umit broke through, 1-on-4, gets the space, bursts through the space. Goalkeeper sort of in no man's land. He's kind of off his line. The near post had opened up. He turned back centrally, and then it was a mistimed finish on the weak foot. Either way, if you're Umit, you know that's a big missed chance. Even if you don't score, you should be drawing at least a corner kick.
Mateus, still lofted in. Haaland's just behind him. Why Mata Rudiger in the way? Keeper, what are you doing, Rudiger? Still can't get it down. Mbappe cuts it back. Mane Bashore has just done a superb job of just reworking, rechanging, recycling that chance. And again, a 2-goal cushion.
Can I add some R words? Refreshing, refinishing. Taps it home. But it is how he manages that scenario. Get a couple bounces, gets a little sporadic. Rudiger with an all-out challenge.
Unfortunately there for Umit, you do feel hard done by for him. It's a horrible bounce. The goalkeeper then didn't lock on to catch the ball, and next thing you know, he's just fumbling around the box trying to do anything. Manu could be on for another. What a ball that is to Haaland! He might just be on his way. Back to Real again.
And bad turns to worse. And the hardest part of this for Umit is that we always talk about his structure and being a little more methodical, tactical awareness. If you have to play fast and free flow versus Manu Bashore, that's not the matchup you want to do. He's one of the quickest thinkers. He adjusts on the fly. He's a press-heavy player. He looks to create as many opportunities. He wants an offensive game. Kind of plays into his hand to a certain degree. If anything, you'd rather out-control him, maybe slow down the tempo. But you don't have that luxury now that you're chasing a game and you're down 3 goals and we're nearing the 60th minute.
Well, of all players that you don't want to be standing in front of you, as you've just said, when you're 3-0 down, it's him. Big chance, Pele. And the Sar in the way. Corner. Defended as only as far as the on-rushing De Bruyne.
It's just a dangerous situation because we know Manu likes to play a little more unrestricted. Games get ugly quickly.
Mbappe not letting go of this one. Happy to stop on the ball, Bellingham. Hullet, power shot.
Wow. You see what I'm talking about with some of the expression, though. That's a mix-up you don't see often. Top of the box, kind of flat-footed. Power shot to catch the goalkeeper off his line. You got to stop, you got to pop, you got that early recycle. There's a certain confidence to the movement on the pitch.
You have to say as well, fair play to Team Hullet, who last year, if you remember rightly, they were world champions, Champions League winners. Alongside that, handful more trophies on the way. By the looks of it, they could be having 2 players already locked in to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the Esports World Cup. They've already got a handful of players also locked into the FC Pro World Championships. They're always there, they're always in the conversation. As of late, they've always been the ones winning trophies.
Umit does have time. He doesn't need to rush anything, but he has to be efficient. He's got to be clinical.
Haaland far inside of your screen, acres of space.
Ball's not good enough. You can see here as well, Manu Bouchard is going wider, hugging the end lines or hugging the sidelines.
Bellingham R9.
Whew.
He timed that green. It was lucky that Bellingham was in the way.
What a challenge. The build-up's gotten a little slower for Manu, which I think is smart. And then he's speeding it up right when he gets into his opposition's half.
Havertz. Finesse from that far out, you're asking a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And the 20 minutes here, 3 goals needed by Umit. Pause cued.
We should see more pressure, but also means there's going to be more space. Expect some substitutes, some changes. Make sure that the stamina's all lined up proper, especially in key positions. You often see the fullbacks interchanged. You might see a midfielder flipped in or out. If you want to go with more size, we've been seeing the inclusion of both Sorloth and Haaland on the pitch, or both Giroud and Haaland on the pitch. Even Cristiano Ronaldo has made sparing appearances. This is that defining moment. And you might say 3 goals. Are you sure that he has time? He does. As long as he can get something in the 70s. Just maybe to sprinkle just a piece of doubt. Because Manu just blew a game, more or less. He was up 2 goals past the 70th minute. Gets his teammate Yilmaz, who's sitting pretty right now in the upper bracket.
Just need one, don't you? Plant any sort of seed it out in the mind, but also just to build some sort of confidence.
Yeah. Throw a couple seeds in the garden.
Well, this could be the opportunity to do exactly that. Something's got to give. And you feel like this is the time to do so. Front post flick on, not there. Defensive Haaland is there instead. Dembele. Hullet!
It's like we queued it up.
Maybe that's the start of a comeback.
I wasn't trying to manifest it. I'm just saying that there is enough time. Big turn. Maybe an unexpected or unsung hero. Ruud Hullet has not been scoring goals. In fact, in many teams, he's been playing as a fullback. We not even see him in his usual midfield role. And you have to be careful here if you're Manu. You can't set up shop too early. We've seen it time and time again. If you play not to lose, FC has a way of being cruel, being harsh. You have to keep pushing forward. You've got to go for goal.
I have a slight feeling that Manu might just do just that and find another one. Feel for Umit as well. I think it's been the last 2 or 3 years where he's been in World Cup qualification matches and he's lost. That being in the virtual Bundesliga, that being in the playoffs, that being here in Dallas, Texas in DreamHack. He's always there, he's always on the cusp. You said it earlier, Mike, it's the worst game to lose. It really is. You're that close. Manu, has he got one more? Maybe he has. Vitinha.
This still works. Go short, send it back. I'm not trying to promote it, but it just makes sense from a game management perspective. You get a free reset.
Onside. And unfortunately off the pitch. Attacking flicked on there. Has to go for this now, Umit. He'll try to, but he's getting pressed heavy. Big win back there by Rudiger. On in the book. Time ticking away, 9 minutes, look at that, 8 minutes away. Here's Manu, from an Esports World Cup spot this year. Unless Umut can get one now. Can he unpick this puzzle of Team Hullet shirts? No, he can't. Haaland. De Bruyne, no need to go forward again. He's got a 2-goal cushion. But maybe he wants to get one more.
It's well done from Manu. Even if you lose the ball here, Umut's still got to go the full length of the pitch.
Just falling back kindly, isn't it? Haaland will continue his run. Otto Hernandez blocked there.
Risky offside trap.
It was a high line, wasn't it, play from Manu? Wins the ball now, has to go, R9, runs into traffic, still R9, big chance. Mbappe
Oh, what a read.
Of Rajo.
Wow.
With the biggest tackle he's needed to step up with a make. Chance now to send yourself to Riyadh. R9 does do that. Manu Bashore will be on the plane to the Esports World Cup and will be part of the best 16 in the world.
And Team Hullet has not one, but 2 competitors signed up, put it on the dotted line, lock it in, take a picture. Riyadh is coming soon for the Esports World Cup.
And that lineup of 16 players, Mike, is looking stacked. We're getting there. That's only 2 more added in. We've still got 10 more to find. Added time of 3 minutes. Commiserations to Umut. You can understand how he feels. Unfortunately, he's got to these matches there where he's been so close and able to do that. But a full-time result. It is confirmed that there will be another Team Hullet player on the plane to Riyadh. Congratulations, Manu Bashore. Winner 6-3 against Umut. And he'll be there to compete for that $1 million prize pool later on this summer. Well, this is the moment now which...
See a little bit of a smile, a smirk. We haven't seen much emotion.
Sign yourself into the Esports World Cup. Bit of a different signing from Emre.
He signed autographs before. That's the
He's
difference.
the world champion. He's a current world champion. He wants to be one again. He holds his plaque well. He will be there from the DreamHack Dallas qualifier. He can play in Sweden. He doesn't need to worry about playing in Sweden, but I'm sure he will for the cash prize. Massive congratulations to him. That's our 2 players with the 256. Case, it's over to you.
All right, yes, I'm here with the winner, Manu, who has locked in his spot to the Esports World Cup. How does it feel?
Relieved, especially after losing in the winners final. I thought I should win that game. I conceded 2 corners, which was of course hard to take because I think I limited him very much, like in chances created, and for a player like Emre to get so he didn't get any, maybe like 2-3 chances or 1 in 20th minute, 9 minutes half. That's for me a good performance defensively, and yeah, I felt hard done by. I was thinking negatively. I gotta be honest before this game, seeing Umut also win convincingly in the round against Good Barrels. But yeah, the emotion now is relieved because it's my tournament from last year, which I won, and I'm happy to be there again.
How are you able to reset mentally? Because that was one of the first times in your game against Emre that we saw a little bit of emotion from you. How are you able to reset and then go on to win a massive game like that?
Oh, yeah, I went outside, had a little chat. They all always tell me to calm down when I'm still complaining for like 20 minutes straight, and I say I'm calm when I play, but for now I'm complaining. So no, just did that, then watched Umut's second half, I think. And of course it helps when you go 1-0 up as well. So yeah, that.
Well, you now get your redemption match against Emre. How was your head feeling going into that one as you just lost to him previously? Maybe a bracket reset?
That was a boring answer, but the most important for this tournament was top 2. Finished of course ECL in a way I didn't really want to, also lost to Emre. So I need to get back at him, but yeah, to be honest, I didn't really feel confident coming into this because I didn't practice any game with the squad, like the unlocked account. So yeah, I just played fantastic, especially today. I think in the group it was a bit sloppy, but I think today was really good. Has to be really good for the next 2 games, hopefully. But yeah, I'm just so relieved to be at the World Cup again, and for now, yeah, it's more of a exhibition cash game. Yeah.
Well, there is a $10,000 difference between first place and second place. So how much does that prize money mean to you going into this last game?
Yeah, it would be nice, of course, to win it, but yeah, I think about winning the tournament and not about the prize money.
All right, well, I will let you get set up for that last game against Emre. Congratulations on qualifying for the Esports World Cup. I'll let you get back to it. Send it back to you, FG.
Yes, thank you very much, Casey, and a massive congratulations to Manu Bashore. He got there in the end. He has secured the final spot for the E-World Cup at Riyadh. As we watched through the highlights with his game with Umut came so close. He was 1 game away, but it was a 2-0 lead to start things off, and then you thought just maybe Umut would get back in the game, but Manu Bashore played really well. There seems to be a theme with games involving Umut that there's a lot of goals, Casey.
Always a lot of goals galore. But unfortunately for Umut today, there were not quite enough for him to secure that spot. And FG, how disappointing is it to get all the way through here? He topped his group. He made it through the first day. He made it through the losers bracket. This was his last opportunity to do it, but he just fell short.
Yeah, he fell short, but I'm sure he's going to learn from it. And there is another opportunity in Sweden. A massive shout out to Red Bull Leipzig for everything they've done, for the coach Daniel, for Umut as well, for playing his part in this, because he played really well throughout the tournament. And unfortunately, there has to be a loser in this situation, which is a huge shame. But let's take a look then, shall we, at the state of play. Let's have a look at who's qualified already for the E-World Cup. We're nearly there. Well, I say we're nearly there, but we've still got so many more spots available.
Yes, so up top we do have Piashin, which qualified. He's been qualified for quite a while. We got Nathan SR, Web Nasri from Asia, Mark Levin from Oceania, and then today we have Team Hullet. It's a domination from Team Hullet with Emre Yilmaz and Manu Bashore, but they're going to be facing off now in a cash prize because both of them already qualified. The hard work is done, but there's $10,000 on the line. That's the difference between first place and second place.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we just said, there is a bracket reset possibility in this final. $10,000 in between, but both players from Team Hullet will be at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. What an achievement for Team Hullet. And you know what? One thing I will say about Manu is he's definitely got a better signature than Emre.
You know what? We don't discriminate against any type of signature because that is their ticket getting them over to Saudi Arabia. It's funny because when Emre was signing it, he whispered to me, my hands are shaking. And so we take whatever type of signature we can get because the adrenaline pumping after a win like that to qualify you for such a prestigious tournament, I mean, at least they got their name on the board.
Yeah, Matt, a really successful weekend for Team Hullet. Actually, 256 players started out, and we have our final 2, but we must decide who is the ultimate winner, the winner of the big prize, the $25,000. As we look at the bracket for one last time, we've seen huge names enter this weekend, Casey. We've seen upsets, we've seen last-minute winners, but we are left with 2 players from Team Hullet.
Yes, 2 players, that is, and they will be competing for this last spot. It's for glory, it's for money, because they both already locked in their ticket. We've said goodbye to such great competitors today by the likes of Tex, Matthias Bonanno. We said goodbye to Anders Verge gang, Oberyn. We didn't even get to see him on broadcast. That's the thing. So many games happen off broadcast that you probably didn't even know they competed.
Yeah, you're looking at the likes of Levy, you're looking at the likes of Tom Lees as well, some real household names who didn't actually make the broadcast because of how ruthless it was. There was 256 players here in Dallas, and what an occasion, what a place, but now we've got 2 left, 2 more to go, and now surely the person sat next to me is not going to sit on the fence for this one. 2 teammates, 2 good friends, both qualified for the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Who is winning this game, Casey?
I'll give a prediction if you do.
So once again, Casey is actually trying to put it on me. I'll tell you what, you go first.
All right. I think Emre keeps it. I think Emre stays consistent and he wins it out.
My prediction is we're going to have a fantastic game
with
between 2 qualified players for the E-World Cup. What a brilliant way to end such a great tournament.
Yeah, I think that we've seen such highs, such lows. We've seen a lot of disappointment in a lot of these players. But what's exciting is that they're able to go over to Sweden after this one if it didn't work out for them the first time, because there will be 6 more spots available. So even though Emre and Manu will be taking those 2 spots, we will have 6 more soon. And you know what? They could come back in this and compete again.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised actually to see whether the players will return to this, because like we said, DreamHack is going to Sweden next. We'll see a lot more players there. We'll see European players. We'll see players who might have scores to settle. We spoke to Stokes earlier on the broadcast, and he's just looking forward to it already as we see some live pictures there of the players holding their cards. And there is Mark 11 as well, smiling. I think he's noticed himself on the screen, like he always does. Looking well. Is that a new beard for Mark 11?
Might be. New look for him. You know, entering the Esports World Cup, already qualified, feeling good. He didn't qualify. He didn't top his group for this one, but it doesn't even matter because he's already going through.
It'll be interesting to know, actually, Mark 11. Will you be in Sweden as well? Give us a thumbs up if you will. Be at Sweden, DreamHack Sweden. It'll be interesting to see because he competed already knowing that he had a place already, didn't he?
Yeah, it's interesting, though, because I do feel like when you play in regions like Oceania, you might not get a lot of opportunities to do friendlies. And so it's important to come to tournaments like this, even though he's already qualified. He's able to get those friendlies in, the practice in that he needs for future tournaments.
And of course, a word on the sacrifices that all of these players have taken to be here. They've all spent their own money if they're not part of organisations to be here. They were all desperate for the chance to get on the road to the Esports World Cup, which is happening in Riyadh. We've got our 2 players, but we've still got a lot of players here who are desperate to continue their opportunity, which they will be doing in Sweden.
Yeah, and it's interesting because the top 16 were the ones that got paid out here. And here we have our 3 qualified players, Manu, Emre, and Mark 11. We will see them over in Saudi Arabia at the Esports World Cup.
Let's see if we can get a graphic back to them, actually, if we can, because I wanted to have a look at the signatures, and there they are. Manu's definitely the best.
I think so as well.
Emre's seems to be just him writing his name down, I think. And Mark 11 has written his name with a underline.
You know what? They're unique. They all have their own way of doing it. I respect it.
Yeah, I thought it would be a little bit better, but at the end of the day, they're all there.
Your signature must be really good with the way that you're approaching that.
I just think writing your name down on a card like that, you've got to put a bit of thinking. But one thing that they all did this weekend, every single one of our players who are here, is they added to the excitement of what has been an incredible weekend. Let's see if we can get the bracket up for one last time to see where we are at the state of play as we head into the game. The players are heading there. The cash game is on the way. 2 teammates going up against each other, and let's take a look at this bracket one last time, and we'll go right from the round of 16 if we can take it back, because it's been a really good day. The last 16 we saw Adidas FIFA, arguably one of the stories of the weekend.
Yeah, I honestly loved speaking with him on the desk here. It's so fun to see players come in that have never competed at such a high level and actually do well. I think he surprised a lot of people. Even us at the desk, we weren't really sure what type of competitor he was, but this is the type of opportunity that could propel your career forward. He can now get signed. He's a free agent right now, but people watching this broadcast, organizations are going to see him and potentially sign him for the future. And so I love that this is used as a springboard to really propel some of these new guys' careers.
And there's a huge opportunity for clubs as well, esports clubs in general, to win $7 million at the Esports World Cup, which we touched on earlier. And we're looking at esports players who didn't quite make it. Bonanno, of course, missed out from Man City Esports. Anders Vergang, arguably one of the surprises of the day, he didn't even make the broadcast today.
Yeah, he didn't. And he had such a great run yesterday. And so I think that a lot of people were anticipating a good run from him today, and that would continue over. But I was speaking with him and his mom offline, and today he just wasn't feeling it. He wasn't feeling the gameplay, and sometimes it's just not your day. You can have a good day the day before, 24 hours later, that might not be the case.
It just goes to show how difficult it is to get everything right all the time. Anders has been a staple in the esports for so long, and you forget how young he is. So it's only a matter of time for me until he starts winning some other stuff. And then we look ahead to the bracket, and we look at the likes of Bryce, who did really well and missed out to Umit this time.
Yeah, I think that another player who maybe people didn't anticipate that he would get as far as he did, Bryce from France, fantastic competitor. And that game against Umit was so close as well. So it definitely wasn't an easy undertaking for Umit to take out Bryce, but that is what propelled Umit into the next one. Another player I want to chat about is Guy Barros, because I feel like he shocked a lot of players. Coming from South America, coming from Brazil, such an attacking player, and he was able to take out some massive names.
Yeah, absolutely. What a tournament he had. He had a fantastic weekend. But unfortunately, the players came here for one thing. The last 16, they all won prize money. The prize money stands are as follows. In the final now, they're playing for a $10,000 difference. You're guaranteed $15,000, but the winner will take away $25,000 as well as their place at the Esports World Cup.
Do you think, FG, Will they go on holiday after this one? If you win 25,000 after winning something like this, do you go on holiday?
I'd like to think so, yeah. But knowing that the way these two are, and knowing the way Team Hullet are, they'll be straight into practice and they'll be looking ahead because the Esports World Cup is coming very, very quick. But yeah, I mean, $25,000, Casey. What would you do with $25,000?
I mean, I think I'd go on a holiday.
Any
I'm not
favorite
competitive though, so
destinations?
I might go to Croatia.
Right.
Possibly Croatia. It's meant to be beautiful there. Maybe somewhere tropical. I need the sun. I need the sun and a beach.
I would probably use the $25,000 to go to Riyadh and get familiar with my surroundings.
There you go. I respect that.
That's going to be a lovely place. Our casters are heading towards the desk, and it's likely for the final that we might have a special guest joining in the commentary team. We've had some really good people stepping in throughout the weekend. We've had the likes of Ollie Lito. We saw Gorilla recently, and now we've got potentially, I'm not going to give too much away, but he's qualified for the Esports World Cup.
Yes, you will get a sneak peek at who that extra guest will be here shortly as our casters are getting ready. Both players, Emre and Manu, are loading up their games for this final. And honestly, FG, I'm just excited because there's so much money on the line here. But I think we might see some more smiles from these two because the pressure is off.
Yeah, I'm really happy for Manu, the way that he showed that he can bounce back from the disappointment of losing a penalty shootout. A reminder, it was super close in the last game that these guys played. It went to penalties. Is it going to be this close this time?
I think so. I mean, there's obviously a potential for a bracket reset. We all have to know that Emre, he is not lost yet, and so he will have an extra opportunity if Manu is able to secure that first win. The bracket will be reset, and they will be able to go at it all over again. But do you think, okay, this is a prediction for you. Will there be a bracket reset?
And now we're going to head over to our casters, Brandon Smith and Mike Lavelle.
Love that.
That was a great prediction, FG. A really, really strong prediction there.
He's not even on the mic. He can't hear us now. He's out of here. He's gone.
He's out. I mean, a bracket reset certainly could happen because I feel like with these two players, you flip a coin and you get a different result every single time. They have played so many times, honestly. Not just this season, but in the last week especially.
I think the entirety of the year. Yeah. I mean, they're sharing everything. There's not players that know each other better.
Well, we have got a special guest joining us. Someone else who is on the plane to Riyadh. He got an invite from the Oceania region. Mark 11, runner-up at the World Cup last year. Someone who knows Manu Bashore better than most. I mean, you've just seen them two qualify, Mark, for Riyadh. It's not the best two players to come through, is it, when you're trying to win it?
Yeah, I wouldn't say I was hate watching, but obviously fair play to them. They're honestly probably the two best players in the world right now with PHs in, and it's on a fair play, to be honest with you. Like, the things they do on the pitch, you got to respect it.
Why do you think they are so good and so consistent?
The thing with like these top players is they don't lose the ball and build up. I feel like that's what I've noticed in like Europe. These guys are honestly like their build up is perfect, and they lose the ball just earning like the final third, which is something that a lot of people should definitely work on.
Well, then this is our final here in DreamHack Dallas. Both players have qualified for the Esports World Cup. It is basically, in short, Mike, a $10,000 game.
And maybe some bragging rights. We talked to Manu. He said that he felt that he deserved to beat Yilmaz, and he wasn't happy about some of the ECL results. So he's like, I'm gonna get mine now. I'm gonna get mine now. That's what he said. I think it's more than a money game for him. So we'll see if he's able to forge that reset. And I'd like to build off of what Mark was saying. I think that's a general rule if you want to be a top-level player in general. Like across the board, you've got to minimize large mistakes or silly mistakes.
Yeah, I feel like if you lose the ball, like your CBs, your fullbacks, even your DMs, like you can't get counter-attacked. If you're using the final third, it's fine, but losing it anywhere before that, it's a big issue. Corner, the banker, every single person, you have to learn your corners to obviously be at this level too, so you got to master that.
I don't know if I've been a part of more corner kicks being such a deciding factor at the competitive level.
I hate it so much. I'm not the best at set pieces. I hate crossing, as we see another cross there. But yeah, for me, crossing is like a bit of proper football, a bit of a tiki-taka, elastico step overs. But unfortunately, we don't get much of that these days with the Haaland, Soloth, Giroud. So yeah.
Let's talk about your tournament, Mark. Obviously, you already qualified for the Esports World Cup, but you decided to come over and play in this. It's a $100,000 tournament, as we said. There was the chance you could have maybe got in the way and stopped a few people from qualifying, because this chance does come in for a corner. How did your tournament go? Obviously, I know it didn't go as best as you wanted it to, but what did you learn and what did you take from this weekend?
To be honest with you, like I was on about 3 hours of sleep, and I have not played a single friendly coming into like Europe. Obviously here in Dallas, but honestly, I just didn't want to go 0-2 to be honest, but I won about 4 games, beat Happy. I feel like I should have won that game against Diogo as well, but I played better than I expected. But I feel like if I was able to like warm up a little bit and play a few games, have a few days outside of Australia, then I could have had a chance. As we see Manu corner there.
Another corner comes in. So far, one-way traffic from Emre Yilmaz, who will open up his account. And surprise, surprise, Mark, it was a corner. Did you concede many of them this week?
I actually conceded 0 and scored 0, so...
You conceded 0?
Yes, and I scored none as well, so it's pretty even for me.
Is that you defending them well or just getting lucky?
No, I think I'm good at defending the corners. I'm not good at scoring it, which is a bit of an issue.
Well, just a quick one on your season as well, Mark. Obviously, you didn't have the FC Pro Open that you would have wanted to, but you went away back to Australia and you won that league. What?
Yeah, it was tough. I was also like, I went the season invincible. I lost 1 game the whole league. I won like 11-0 and then lost to my teammate Dylan. And then I was in loser bracket, had to come back, beat him twice. I think it was a big match. And if I didn't win that, I would have my season would be pretty awful in general. So I was like, that game decided a lot for this whole season particularly.
And now you've qualified for 2 World Cups.
Yeah, it goes from 0 points to 2 World Cups, so it happens.
Ooh. Penalty, Manabishore. Bit too rash there with Rudiger. And a golden chance from the spot for Emre Yilmaz to find a second. He will.
We built it up as a storyline maybe for Manu to get back to cooking here, get a little revenge matchup. It's not looking that way.
Certainly isn't, is it? Maybe a bit too rash on the tackle there, Mark?
Yeah, also I do feel like Manu also should have won that first game too. I feel like he probably outplayed him, if we're being honest. He got a bit unlucky, and then Pens to be honest. Obviously Manu was in the better luck side, I'd say, in the last year, but it happens. Pens just luck. But I feel like he was 3-1 up in like the 80th minute or something. Different day, different game. He wins that probably.
Well, look, we're playing 9 minute halves. There's still a long way. It's going a long way to be played. But a perfect start so far from Emre Yilmaz, who was the first player to qualify for the Esports World Cup from this DreamHack Dallas qualifier. In case you just missed it as well, was Umit that lost in the lower bracket final.
I feel bad for Umit, man. He's lost
big games, hasn't he? Those World Cup qualification matches.
You also, like, if you tell someone at the start of your career, would you rather be a world champion but miss out on all those spots? I feel like people would take that. Like, he's missed out on probably, like, what, 3 World Cups, and, like, obviously here as well. So he's gone through some rough times, but he's also won the World Cup, which is every player's dream. So, like, you put it together, it's kind of makes up for it.
He might not see it that way, but yeah, that's where I would be. For most people's careers, almost everyone's careers, they never get a chance to win it. In fact, you never get a chance to win an international event. It just doesn't happen. Even throughout my playing days, I don't have that on the resume.
I agree. It's like if I won that World Cup last year, if I won it, honestly, as we see, that's a good chance here. R9, good block.
Wow! Oh, he just tucked that one in somehow. Slide tackle S finish there from R9. Brings this game back in the balance. As you were saying for Rumit, so tough, isn't it? Yes, he's been a world champion. Yes, he's won a lot of prize money from this esport, but just hasn't had the luck, has he, in his those last 3 qualification matches for World Cups?
Yeah, he's lost a few on pens, he's got very unlucky. Like, it's just sometimes it's not meant to be honest with you. But yeah.
I also think at a certain degree, if you're winning tournaments, there is a side of that where you're going to need some good fortune. Whether that's some bounces, maybe good matchups, brackets, even the format, updates, the game selections, the player selections, maybe some of even the matchups of certain players in certain circumstances. Like, I don't know if you feel this way, but throughout playing, I had different styles that I did better against, and other ones that I knew would be a bit of a bogey or a bigger challenge for me.
Yeah, no player will ever, especially in like FIFA, will ever win a tournament without luck. It's like that. No one's ever going to beat every single person just pure on skill. Like, you need the bounces, you need the rebounds and everything here. Like, you need that stuff to go your way. And like, obviously there's like slow players. Like, you got like Nicholas slow, and like you got like Emre who just goes rapid at you. it's scary, but you do want to verse, like, for me, I like the nice slow players. I hate like those rushing people. As we see R9 with a goal here. It's 3-1 for Emre. Oh.
How difficult is it, Mark, as well in this game for both these two? They know each other so well. They train all the time together. The only time they stopped training against each other is when they knew that they matched each other in the Champions League quarterfinals, and I think they had like a 2-week break there of not playing each other. Like, they're just at such high level, both of them.
Yeah, versing someone that you know is up there, one of the worst things, and like, especially obviously teammates and friends outside of this, obviously national teammates too. Like, you know what everyone's gonna do, like, you know, their corners, their routines, what they do, what they have for dinner and stuff. Like, you don't want to verse them, to be honest with you. It's not a good feeling at all.
Cafu into plenty of space here, looking for options, assessing. Only player that I've seen in the competition use Cafu as well.
I will say one thing. I see Haaland here. Back. I was gonna say both these players use fullbacks that don't have aerial plus. We see a lot of Araujo, Rudiger's. They're the only two players that have made it this far and that don't use it, which obviously says a lot because like they want people good on the ball and stuff. But it's an interesting meta, and it clearly works as they have two qualified players.
Yeah, they go with traditional fullbacks is almost what we've been calling them on stream. Most of the time we've been seeing these converted fullbacks. Ruud Gullit, Jude Bellingham, Rudiger, Araujo, like you mentioned. We've even saw Konate a few times.
Yeah.
And Konate on the ball is rough. He is clunky out wide.
Playing with those CBs at right back, for people like me, I love using like both fullbacks to attack. You have to turn back, play your CB and switch. You have to it's like having like a red card when you're attacking, basically.
Back to you, Emre. Power shot. Wins a throw-in. Remember, $25,000 to whoever wins this game.
We've seen both Yilmaz and Manu look for these first-time power shots at the top of the box. It hasn't been a function that I've seen introduced at any other point throughout the weekend.
It's for corners. It's purely for corners. They don't go in. Like one in like 1,000 will go in, I'd say. It's mainly just for corners. Lots of people also do it. Like Ethan Higgins, my Forest teammate, he also does it too. But like it's just purely just to get a corner because we all know how OP they are.
Which is another interesting play, Mark, because I mean that's never been a thing either. Just taking outrageous shots.
Yeah, it's just.
But you know the goalie's going to spill it.
Exactly. It's just he's playing for a corner. Good tackle.
Hernandez breaks into Haaland, chance to break away. This is our final game here from DreamHack Dallas between the two players that have qualified for the Esports World Cup. Both already guaranteed themselves decent cash for getting this far, $15,000 minimum. You win this, $25,000. Safe to say you could probably fly home in business, Mike.
I don't know if it's a good usage of the extra funds, but your money, your choice. Maybe build that one back to Team Gullit.
Rich org, that's for sure.
Just got so many winners in there.
It's impressive. It's honestly, especially in this game, it's hard to really see lots of winners that are consistent through the years. Like people that always drop off year in, year out to the corner. Emre, this is a banker. Oh.
Last year, as you said, Champions League, World Cup.
I think you have to sit back and give so much credit also for development and being able to assess talent.
Chance, Mbappe, 3-all.
Oh,
my
no.
God. Wow.
And maybe some of that's led by Renzo. We let him be the face. He's starting to get gray hairs these days now as well because he's doing all this recruiting. Because even both of these guys started as young, non-known, did not have a big reputation, and were able to come in even on a rookie season and deliver the goods or be at the highest level.
Yeah, I think Manu's qualified for 3 World Cups in a row since his first season. At the age of like 17, it was his first one in Copenhagen, and it's 3 in a row so far. So.
And for Emre Yilmaz, 2 World Cups back to back since he's been competing. Champions League in his first year. Top 4 this year in the Champions League as well. And they are teammates as well. They were teammates together for PSV Eindhoven in the Eredivisie this year. With runners-up losing to PSG and Levi de Veer of Ajax. Cut back, lofted in. R9 off target.
It's unlucky that.
But to that point as well, unless you believe that the best players in the world are all Dutch, which I don't think most people would say that, this is a development. This is evaluating and finding talent and then working with that talent in order to maximize the potential.
Yeah, you obviously got like also like a few other players that they've signed at a young age too, which is
even the Bower on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he made it here too, top 16. So it's their recruitment and I guess also coaching is also very impressive. The way I guess they have a lot of like training camps as well. They also help the players a lot, and they can also watch Emre and Manu and Levy all play every single day. So that's definitely not a bad thing.
Last chance of the half.
Yeah, we shouldn't leave Levy out. Another guy part of the org that's had similar set of achievements and accolades. Unfortunately for him, he didn't get out of the group stage or didn't really make it into the bracket and get on the big stage. And that just, again, is proof of the level of competition. And I was talking to other competitors, and I'll bring this to you as well. I can't think of a competition I've been to where we've had this much talent. Out of the 256, every household name made the flight. And I would say almost 80%, maybe just over 80% coming from Europe as well. It's such a big investment for, you're only guaranteed 2 games.
Exactly. That's a harsh reality, unfortunately. And imagine this Sweden now. This is double the players in Sweden. It's going to be very scary. There's also a lot of like EU players that didn't come because the price was like a 10-hour flight. Like you got Fuma, Kader Dilo, you got Feldman, players like that. They didn't even rock up to this event, but they'll be in Sweden and like a 2-hour flight there. That should be crazy.
I mean, how do you imagine Sweden to look as well? 512 players.
That's gonna be hard. I don't even want to imagine my bracket in my group. I don't want to even like look at that yet. I just want to go home and practice, to be honest.
Back underway now for the second half here in our final matchup from DreamHack Dallas. Remember that Emre Yilmaz is on the upper side of the bracket, so if he was to win, there wouldn't be a bracket reset. There would.
Relatively even first half as well. Both players had chances to extend a lead or to equalize. I don't think either of them go into halftime being disappointed.
Yeah, I agree. Also, it's like I'll say it's like a bit of a grudge match. Like I don't know about like these guys, but I hate losing to my teammates. It's also like a bit of pride and also like showing like the org that like I'm the better player and stuff. You see Haaland back post here.
Oh my!
Oh wow, what a read!
Wow.
I'm telling you, if you're watching that at home, you're not making that decision. He's anticipating the cross here, sees the goalkeeper movement, almost guesses that the goalkeeper's going to go, because you have to go a little early there. It's not even just a reaction. It's really a prediction that the goalkeeper is going to move for the cross. You've triggered the cross run. He goes for a power shot, tucks it home. It's gorgeous from Manu.
That IQ, that goal looks easy, but that is, can't lie, it's very, very impressive.
That power shot wasn't for a corner kick.
No, that one was. I was straight in the goal for 3-3 now.
The 2 best players from this crazy 3 days here in Dallas. Just going toe-to-toe still. Haaland, Emre, ducking and diving, a few tackles. Fall for a split second there. He might have just tried to slide it past the on-rushing goalkeeper, but still recycled it into a goal, Mike.
I think to a certain degree, maybe some good fortune there. I don't know if he needed that extra pass. And by making the pass, the goalkeeper already scooted over. He was over anticipating. The near post had opened up, but it worked out. R9 able to convert, did enough for it.
I'm not a fan of those like across the goal passes. I feel like if the keeper's not there, just hit it. Like I never ever pass those. I feel like if you pass and it doesn't go in, you just think there and say, just shoot and hope it goes in, to be honest with you. But yeah, luckily for him, it's 4-3 now, so I guess it paid off.
We always talk about margins, but they're so slim. And that's where, at the pro level, being able to read the game so well when you're not given a bunch of opportunities. It's not likely that you're going to create 15, 20 chances in a game. I don't care how good your offense is or how committed you are. For many players, especially if you're more of a structured or methodical guy, you might get 4 or 5 chances, even with extended halves.
Yeah, like 4 to 5, maybe even like 6 of pushing out like actual good chances that you must take. But like, it's all about decision making, to be honest with you. Like in this game, like it can be good mechanically and stuff, but it's all about like your timing and decision making is probably the 2 most important skill assets as a pro.
Mbappe dropped back ever so slightly just to bring in Bellingham into this one.
Haaland.
Yeah, well, that was going to end up. Right back choice, Mark. Who is your right back normally?
I kind of regret it now. I used Araujo, and like my gameplay is always using 11 players good on the ball, and that really honestly let me down a lot. And I kind of do regret it now. I guess if I had time to warm up, practice and stuff, I probably would have not done that. But I highly regret using Araujo at right back. It was a bad choice.
Cut back Haaland, Mateus now. Emre
Corner, this is dangerous. Haaland front
wants
post.
to come in now, which he's taken really quickly. Defended well there by R9. Mbappe De Bruyne, who's just onside still. Skies that pass. Well from Bellingham, Hullet. Haaland defends. So basically, in short, your centre-backs just haven't got the, I guess, the attributes you want for a fullback.
Yeah, it's I need good agile ball playing people like Cancelo, players like that. Araujo is not going to cut it. Even like with long ball and stuff, it's not good enough, unfortunately.
Mateus finesse. Well by De Bruyne.
To play this style with the larger fullbacks, I have to rethink the way that I build up. And for me, I don't want to do that. Again, I'm not in the tournament. I don't necessarily have to deal with Haaland in every single game that I play, because that's kind of where the adjustment has been made. But there's something much more free flow. There's a fluidity. There's a movement, a pass, and groove. There's something to be said about having guys that can wiggle out of circumstances in bad situations as well. The clunky guys, if you get stuck into a corner,
yeah, it's over.
Forget about it. The best case scenario, you get a throw in.
Yeah, like you also feel like it probably depends on your opponent too. Like you see Nicholas, he always changes his team. He had like Giroud today and like Saliba and Ruben Diaz. Like I feel like it's very opponent dependent on who you play and like their play style, of course.
Seeing Ruben Diaz in action was shocking.
That was interesting. I can't believe I lost to Ruben Diaz, but I guess it's Nicholas, so you can't really complain at the end of the day.
Well, into the pause menu we go. Emre Yilmaz is in front. This is our final matchup here from DreamHack Dallas for those that are tuning in.
I think the coaches should have played. You know,
Probably should have.
It's part of the decider. Maybe do an aggregate scoreline.
The hardest part of their job's done, qualifying for the Esports World Cup. As we said, them two will both be there in July this summer. And Riyadh back on the way straight away. Could be an early chance. Hullet gets in the way there of the shot that Arnhem wanted to have. Nice press again.
Switch, yeah. Musiala to subbing one when you need a goal at right back. He's very, very good play. Good step overs too, and good overall defending as well in case you need to defend.
Well, Johnny used him quite well as the Champions League. He was his right back of choice. So it's very different scenarios there when there was team restrictions and budget plays in use. This could be a chance. Mbappe just to run through. Can Rudiger stop him?
Wow.
Time green. And once again, we're all square at 4-4.
We're going to penalty kicks again. Sit tight. Mark, you're going to be with us for a minute.
I'll be here for Panzer. They've scarred me a little bit, but Panzer are a little bit of fun, of course, when you're not playing in it. But yeah, good finish from Mane. Green time, they're not easy, but you have to green those or it's not going to go in from that far out.
And with Musiala, just to track back, he kind of gives you a different body type, but he's got the quickness of even a Frimpong. But he's a little bit taller, which I think is quite nice, out wide or even centrally. And then if you're real big on the R1 dribbling, his technical is just unmatched for me in many regards.
Yeah, it's got about 70 defending, and the R1 is underrated mechanic in this obviously new game we've got here. Like his step overs are ridiculous, and he's like 95 pace. So if you need a goal, definitely get him on.
Manu still in possession. Remember, he won that earlier match when they did play in the upper bracket final.
It's their third game, is it? Wow.
Mbappe, R9, he waited an extra second and then made his mind up.
It's that slight hesitation that gives you everything you need to know about the goalkeeper. Is he going to scoot? Is he going to move? Is he staying still? Is he pulling back? Is he trying to cut down an angle? And they do it so well. At the pro level, again, at home, a lot of these little intricacies you don't always see. And you see Van der Sar slightly scoot to stop the cross the body. Hammers it home on the near post.
I love that as well. Someone in the chat was saying, who scored? Well, it was Emre. He's just not reacted. He's not moved.
I don't think either of them reacted at all in this game. To be fair, throughout the competition, I don't know if we've seen a reaction from either of them.
Emre never celebrates. It's always his coach Yellow. I think he's just there to just scream at people, to be honest with you. But yeah, no, Emre is just, he never ever celebrates. Always humble and just quiet, to be honest.
But his gameplay is loud.
His gameplay is terrifying, that's for sure.
15 minutes, there will still be chances, no doubt, for Manu. High line played, just about keeps himself on side. Musiala.
Nice.
Maybe try him at right back if you haven't already.
Little cancellation.
De Bruyne.
It's a corner.
He's playing for it, isn't he?
Mana's laughing at it, you know it.
Corner, front post flick on. It goes all the way through. Does he keep it on? No, he doesn't.
There's a few players that I can think of that I never look forward to those matchups. Yilmaz is one of them because he got such a rush down. I just feel uncomfortable the whole game. Vergain's like that. If we throw it back, Houston, I never could deal with Houston. Just bodies everywhere.
Could be in a pen, but Mana's going to have to start pressing. He's paused, which is a little bit scary because he might not have a pressing tactic. I hope he does for his sake, but the team press will have to come in eventually.
Yeah, I'm sure Manu will just do what he can just to clock that. Timer down. Nice big win there from Teo Hernandez again. Aggressive from Hullet over the top. Is he on sides? Wow. No. Which actually works out in his favour to go into a pause. Did you use Giroud much this weekend or not?
He is the worst player I've ever used. He is so like stiff and like... I think Haaland's better, to be honest with you. He's better, faster, better at heading. If you're going to use a big guy, just use Haaland, to be honest. I feel like it's a no-brainer.
I think Haaland is undoubtedly better in the air. I think there's more of a debate with some of the dribbling and the quick touches, skill moves. Even if you don't like him with Giroud, I think that's the case, or that's the argument, is more or less around being a better facilitator, a better balanced big man.
Yeah, I do agree with that, but like if you're going to use someone that's 6'5", 6'4", you don't need to dribble with them, to be honest with you. Just keep him there, just to cross the ball, be like a role player until they have to just head that down.
Well, that's what we've been saying sort of this weekend with those players, Mark. They're not really the agile ones. They're just there to flick the ball down.
Just do their job.
Yeah, do something from a corner or flick it on and create me a chance.
Yeah.
7 minutes left in this one. Remember, Emre wins. That is the end of our DreamHack Dallas qualifier. He'll pick up $25,000 if Manu was to force a bracket reset, grab an equaliser and win this game. Then we would do a bracket reset. Free kick pulled back there for Dinya.
Chance here.
Haaland, De Bruyne. Emre needs to defend this one well. Second man press coming in. Lots of space here for Vinicius Junior. Power shots. Van der Sar does well though.
Another one of your favorite corner kick tactics.
No corner now. He yellow timed that one. Yeah, that was... He's going to have probably 2 more chances. There you go. That's 1 here, so it's going to be a big chance.
Haaland there, believe it or not, missing a header.
Ooh.
Aggressive from Van Dijk, wins the ball, gives it back to Manu again. Teo Hernandez, that's a big win. This is really Emre's to throw away now. It's a running race for Teo Hernandez. If he wants to score again, that first touch was horrible.
That's poor, I can't lie. That's really poor. You don't have to go for goal there. Just head straight to the corner flag. Gonna have 1 more chance.
Is he giving him that chance? That's the question. Can he break him down? Hernandez, Musiala, big win again. Emre, how many more chances are you going to get to try and see this game out? Surely now, job done. Vinicius is through, he's onside. He could have went for a little two-tap there. Maybe didn't fancy it. 3 minutes as well. That's plenty of time. You see the triggered run there. It's going to give a free kick. Under 2 in-game minutes left. So many blue shirts there. Can he defend this press? He can, Emre Yilmaz. He looks like he will be the #1 name from this 256-player qualifier in Dallas, Texas. He has not dropped down from the upper bracket. And he will be your champion here from DreamHack Dallas. $25,000 richer. And of course, both of them from Team Hullet have done enough to get themselves to the Esports World Cup. Mark, final thoughts before you leave us. Not a bad way to end the tournament.
It's great. I just want Emre to smile for once. He's won the whole tournament and doesn't even smile.
Just won 25k.
I know.
No reaction. Mark, thank you so much for your time, my friend. We will see you in Sweden and then we'll see you at the Esports World Cup.
Thank you very much.
Great to hear there from Mark and Levin of Footwiz. Runner-up at the World Cup last year. He qualified for the FC Pro and the Esports World Cup. We'll bring FG back in to the conversation as well. I mean, what an ending. It had to be between them two. I say all the time, you play that game 5 times, FG, you get a different result every time.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Sensational weekend for both of them. A brilliant weekend as well for Team Hullet. But what a weekend overall. 256 players, and we finally found out who our top 2 were.
Absolutely. Well, Emre Yilmaz is our winner here from Dallas. Let's head down to Case to catch up with him.
Yes, I'm here with the champion Emre Yilmaz. How are you feeling as you are $25,000 richer and you are the champion of DreamHack Dallas?
Yeah, it feels amazing to win another tournament, my second. So yeah, I feel amazing qualifying for the World Cup in Saudi, and now winning the tournament gives me a lot of confidence.
And how are you feeling about your teammate also qualifying with you?
Yeah, I'm happy with that, so I don't have to go alone to Saudi, so that's nice.
So talk to me about that prize money, $25,000. Do you have an idea of what you're going to use with it?
Just save the money, nothing special.
Very, very smart of you. Now, Yele, fantastic job coaching. How happy are you to have 2 Team Hullet players in the final in itself?
Well, of course, there's only 2 spots. We just collabed with Team Liquid. They are competing in the Esports World Cup competition, so I think they will be very happy as well with the 2 players. But yeah, we work hard every day, so of course we're super happy to have 2 players at the Esports World Cup.
Now, will it be a goal to go to Sweden now and win it all over again? I know that they already got their spots, but is that the goal for you guys?
Yeah, of course. They're playing for the money as well. But yeah, we want to win every tournament, so Sweden as well.
All right, well, massive congratulations to Emre Yilmaz. He is our champion. Congratulations, you are $25,000 richer. I will let you go celebrate, but back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Casey. Thank you indeed. What a weekend it's been, Mike. We've seen 256 players, and this was the final game you're watching the highlights of.
I'm happy to watch no more highlights of Holland scoring from corner kicks as he steps to the spot. And these are the best 2 players, and they proved it going up against each other. The fact that Team Hullet has been able to have 2 representatives for the Esports World Cup. Remember, we started with 256, down to just 2. Same organization, same team. They signed up, as you heard them talking about, Team Liquid. That's going to be an interesting partnership. I hope they put together some sort of bonus structure, assuming they perform in Riyadh.
You should be an agent, Mike. I really like you thinking.
I'm just saying, you earned it.
$7 million, isn't it? On the line, a lot of cash. That's sorely got to be points as well for Team Liquid in the club championship there. These are the highlights from the game. As we said, it went 4-4. At this point, we were thinking, is there extra time that's needed? And then there was another reply once again from Emre Yilmaz. He had a really difficult sort of last 15 minutes after that, and then he was able to see the game out.
Yeah, well, like you said, Brandon, I think if we play that game 10 times, we get 10 different results. What a way to end DreamHack Dallas. Let's take a look then, shall we, at the bracket for one last time before we leave you. And it's as you were, really. The 2 players from Team Hullet made it to the final, and they qualified for their spot in Riyadh.
Yes, and we had to say goodbye to so many fantastic competitors throughout these 3 days. In the beginning stages, only 1 player advances out of each group. But even today, we lost such massive names early on by the likes of Anders. We said goodbye to Matthias Bonanno, to Umit, but only 2 could lock in those spots to go to Saudi Arabia for the Esports World Cup, and that is Emre Yilmaz and Manu Bashor.
And let's take a look then for one last time at the qualified players, the ones who are already there. There's still some spots available, Brandon.
Yeah, 6 down, 10 more to find. We'll be doing that, of course, in just a few weeks' time in Sweden. Another DreamHack event, 6 tickets there. Of course, we've got the global invites, and then that last chance qualifier.
I have to ask you all, thank you so much for all your hard work throughout the weekend. What has been your moment of the weekend, Mike?
Wow, you're really putting me on the spot. You know what's sticking with me? It's a crazy moment, actually. I was ready to write him off, and Young being down 6 goals to go score 5 unanswered. We have the mini screen over here so we can see the 4 setup, and I was like, Brandon, are you seeing what's happening over here? I'm just shoving him off the stage because we were saying there's no way. It was at halftime, I think he was down 6-0, or it was maybe 6-1. Maybe it just started the process. So it sticks out for me. I know it didn't have a big result, and all things considered, I'm sure Omen's happy to slide through that, but shout out to Young. I didn't know it was possible.
Well, shout out to both of you for your hard work, Brandon and Mike and Casey as well. That's all from us here at DreamHack Dallas. 256 players entered, and we found our final 2 on the road to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh.
you.